What's up? What is up? How we doing? Happy Thursday. Happy day after Nvidia earnings day. Happy NFP data from September day. Nvidia 5% here. 5. Wow. And we're finally gonna have some NFP levels again. Maybe. I don't know. Kind of interesting because they're from last week. I'm sorry, from a couple months ago. There's our market open. Interesting. Guys, I have zero clue what happens today, so I'm going to look to react to it. But what I will say is you can wait. Honestly, I don't know what do you guys think? What do you when I think about we're up 2%, I think we come back. I really think we're going to try to see previous session high. That's my main thought today. Let's take a look at the Edgeful stats. Shout out to our friends at Edgeful, sponsor of the stream, sponsor of my trades. Should I say it that way? Edgeful unlocked a whole next level of trading for me, getting the probabilities and stuff in here. All right, what I want to look at is called outside days. Let's take a look at this early while the market chops, figures out what's going to happen this morning. Right here, outside days. SPY, 69% of the time is coming back down. QQQ, 62% of the time coming back down. That means we should look for 606 on QQQ and 667 on the SPY. So maybe I just take some options for that. Give it a shot. And I really think I'm just going to start shorting. What was the level on SPY? All right. The stats are really interesting, though. SPY, 69% chance you come back to touch yesterday's high. QQQ, 62% chance you come back to touch yesterday's high. Nvda is coming in right now. On futures, that would be 988 is where we should go back to on NQ. We tweet out these stats for everyone, guys. Kind of letting this dust settle a little bit. I do think that we're probably going to track our way back down at some point, but it may be till tomorrow. But the statistics tell me it's. So the other statistic to pay attention to, I didn't mention this, but like I went through it in my head, so let me make sure I mention it. These gaps are so big that the chances of us filling the gap are super small. So what I'm looking for is the move from like here to here, which is like a 1% move. I'm not looking for a 2% move. I just want to make sure that we are crystal clear on that. Walmart's the greatest company in the world, by the way. Sorry, guys. I am actively posting these stats out for everyone. I took a small, like, 2 MNQ short here, and I took some puts for tomorrow. 668 puts on SPY and what was QQQ? Did I not get? I thought I took QQQ. I guess I didn't click submit. 606 puts for tomorrow. Very light. Just trying to see if we get that move. But that's going to be my main plan there. Okay. I would prefer this to make a like drive higher first. A little screenshot here. And we are good to go. What's up, crew? Sorry, I wanted to make sure to get these stats out for everyone. All right. Did Nvda stay inside the measured move? I mean, it has to be back inside the measured move at this point because it pulled in. Walmart's the greatest company in the world. Wow. All right. I'm all over the place trying to type out stuff this morning. All right. I have a very, very light short right here. I want 80. Where should I trim this thing? Maybe at 100. I just don't even know where I want to trim this, or if I just like hold the small size all the way down. I really think I can get 200 points on small size here. I don't know. Everybody in the world is going to be bullish, and so it may hold up for a second, and then profit taking kicks in. Let me adjust my fibs here. I want to take that one off, and I'll take that off. Uh-oh. Remember that box. What does this look like? Okay. The other thing would be if we get up to like 384. We're already up 2% on the day, though. I mean, we can go higher, right? But that does not make me want to go higher, like long. Make sure I have these fibs drawn over here. I think I already do. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't need size if we're gonna get a 200-point move. And I'm super light. All right, guys. There we go. Drop it low, girl. I guess I'll trim down here to 100. I just think there's going to be people this morning trying to buy the dip, so it may take a while to, like, you know, do something like this. Do something crazy. All right, team. KB's with me. Kels is with me. You know, I'm not like super confident in this, but I am super light in this, and like that's just the general like track of where we're at. Like we're at the 21. Let me go to SPY. I mean, I'm sorry, SPX. SPX over the 21. I think it's gonna. I mean, it could like push and do this and then come back down like next week. That's fine. But I'll take the shot on this, like at least pulling back down to back test something down here. Please know that I am size super light. I really don't even want to add this. I just want to try to hold it. What's up, Frankie? I don't know, really, there's no way I'm gonna do this, but
Hey,
what's up? It's a tough call here. I think
yeah,
most of the statistics say that we should come back down to touch yesterday's high, not fill the gap or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this drive up a little bit, the exuberance run out. We're up, over 2% on the day, and then just track its way back down. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Walmart up 5.5. I don't know. right now you have Microsoft, Amazon, not really participating. Let me see. Let's go through the Mag 7 here. Tesla is ripping, but it's coming right back into the problem I have today, Frank, is almost all of this, like even if we go to the daily chart, almost all of this is just like right back to the same. I mean, look at that. It's right back to the previous high resistance. And it's right back into the EMAs. SPX is right back to the previous high.
He's got everything. Right?
You see that? I mean, look, here's the previous high from October, previous month's high. Here's where we rejected the other day. Here's where we are again. NDX, NASDAQ, same thing. Look at this. Here's where we rejected in October. Here's where we rejected 2 more times. And here's where we rejected 2 more times. Same spot. So my plan is just to take some really small MNQs, try to hold them all day and wait for a pullback. Could happen tomorrow, but I just don't see where they'll be able to maintain the exuberance for this to go higher today. But yeah, big names, Tesla, Nvda, you're going to get some profit taking. Nvda could just end up chop like today. It's within the measured move. It's 195 is a big spot. I don't know if you guys have looked at Nvda on a daily chart, but it's this spot exactly right here is where we're at for now, where we're rejecting for now. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just word of caution. I don't think you can chase longs on this thing. Microsoft not even close to previous day high and pulling in. Meta pretty strong off the open here. Running back into some traffic. That's going to be the story of almost every chart, just running right back into traffic. Google took out previous day high, fell back under it. Broadcom getting a nice bid, which should the AI chip story. Amazon holding 225, so there's a positive holding 225, but it's not really doing a whole lot here off the open. Apple ripping. Why would Apple be ripping on all this, Frank? Is the VIX crushing? A little bit.
Apple runs with Walmart.
Does it?
A little bit.
I guess maybe the consumer side?
Yeah, the consumer side, yeah.
I just say because Walmart's saying, hey, all of our stuff's good. What were the numbers on Walmart? I looked at them, but I forgot. Frank, you thought I was crazy when you met me. I told you Walmart's the best stock, best company in the world. Have you seen it? This Walmart chart.
Stock. It's like,
look at this. This is crazy.
Walmart is like owning like those storage facilities. It just keeps paying.
It just keeps paying. You just, I don't know. I know people like to make their jokes for it, but look at this. Look at the monthly on Walmart. It's just been straight up for like, I mean, for 10 years, it's been just straight up. When's the last time you saw a mega cap stock like this that's been around forever, basically 5x in a 10-year period? Just keep 5xing. And people think of it as a blue chip safety boomer stock. It's a rhetorical question, of course, but AutoZone is kind of crazy. Chat, what are you guys up to? Are you guys trading this? There's no way I can chase longs in good conscience today. We're still not even out of the downtrend, are we? What if I do? What does this look like?
I had bids in 0Ds, SPX 6710s. We're at 67.58. 6710s. I have bids below the market on puts.
Yeah, I think we're coming back to on SPX.
So if we spike up, if we have a big spike up, it'll hit me.
Yeah,
I'd rather be in 6720s, but
I like 67. Yeah, I mean 67.30 or 25 is probably your first like level on the downside, but
right.
previous day high is gonna be you're probably go to 6700 and then 6690. You have options expiration tomorrow too. We really haven't done anything since the open, have we?
I guess that structure, but
But-
what I see here. I want to see that structure go into fake out traders to the downside. Like that's
And it reclaimed. I mean,
We're still in a.
pretty important.
Everybody on Spaces is looking for longs, aren't they?
I think people are like, it's up 2%. I think they're not really.
We're just now coming back to a 200 moving average on the 1 hour chart. That's actually pretty crazy. There's the 50 on a 4 hour.
you must feel stress free.
They actually do. I even sold, like, I called my, financial planner and literally closed all my Tesla and took the tax. I'm taking the tax hit and everything. I closed it out. The last I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't.
I just have equity still on Tesla at 255 a share, and then my TSLL is 850. So that's like TSL's up
That makes sense.
20%, and then my Tesla's still up.
Just wait for this. Wait for it to like push back under, and I'll probably add.
Some profits on both those equities when TSL rip back over 100.
Are you short?
I took a few MNQs earlier that I can just chill in.
That was pretty much the main idea.
I really never did any kind of long-term like shares and investing on a lot of the names that I trade. So on the April dip is where I took advantage. So I bought Tesla.
I don't think there's any way we don't come back and test some of these lows again.
Yeah. So like
May not be today.
No, not today, but
I just think we can get to previous day high on one of the two, whether it's SPY or QQQ. If we don't, we could at least come back down into where we hung out all night.
Monday's high.
It was so clear. April was like, yeah, such a ridiculous sell-off.
Where's the weekly?
Like you said, we just went up. We just got a new high day, and I'm green.
dude, so like so mine on the previous candle, they just came
They're
back
just
to
burning
the
it.
entry.
The weekly chart's still going to look kind of good tomorrow if this holds in. Holding the weekly 9.
Again, while we're making it high, like
Yeah, they're burning it.
Volatility's coming, almost $1.
dude, my SPY puts for next week are only down 5% right here.
The burn is in.
Dude, like this is Walmart another new high.
And on the flip side of that,
This is the spot on SPX right here.
40%.
Could pop up to the daily 20 next, but
3 minutes in the market open at those lows. So definitely.
this is where it should reject.
Out right now. But IB is in your favor for sure.
Was it last Friday's highs, I think, coming up here to like 67.70 area. 67, 65 right here. So that's
90%.
yeah, on the 100 calls. December.
Let's go. One minute to data.
Let me see what ES looks like.
Yeah, I'm sitting there chilling. I'm not gonna take nothing for the.
I mean, overall, I'm probably not going to do much of anything today, Frank.
In this report.
Yeah,
I can
need
hold
to see
this.
some.
I gotta see
little
something. I
liquid
can't
licks
long
on
it.
the 5.
These Monday highs.
Yeah, I can't long it, and if it
Existing.
wants to like overextend first,
Yeah.
let's do this. Ah,
You just don't change the direction. Just gives us volatility.
yeah, this is a big level on ES too.
Down 8.5%.
Could go to 6,800.
It's 676. My ad spot.
Existing home sales 4.1 million forecast 4.0 million. My call price for today. Short regardless of the data, it's just a nice chart. Yeah, it's my call credit spreads down.
A lot of day left for this thing to do different things too.
Exactly. No rush.
Give me a good pop to add.
The
Which is shit for Thursday, right? For zero.
6710 puts traded at 470. I was bidding 460.
Got deflated with that.
I might
gap
cancel.
up.
You know what? They're gonna fucking blow through this.
You're like, you know what, we're just strong. Go ahead and
Cancel.
get
I gotta go up. I gotta go to 6720.
like you should, and then on the move up, your puts aren't losing their value.
Where is this?
Yeah, it's kind of the play anytime there's a massive gap up like that. Just silly market open.
That's the problem. I mean, if VIX crashes enough here, you could probably get in the 40s at a decent price if you get like an extension here.
Wait it out. Yeah.
It is a good play when we're expecting that IV rush.
Right, yeah. Base volatility opened up in the 20s and now it's 19.
Yep. Yeah, if we get big gap up, big
Long
silver
call.
20.
3-minute EMA risk.
Trim fucking profit.
This is just
Tell
now
me to
getting our.
read my mind if that bothers you.
Oh, you're good. I think I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? You guys like hearing the spaces a little bit in the background too? Get the best of both worlds. Get a visual and you can hear the guys over there. $675 on SPY. I could probably trade around this position a little bit today. Spaces is good. Yeah, Frank, everybody's good with it. Get some more perspectives there. I will not be surprised to see this come crashing back down to earth, by the way.
I knew that was going to do a little bit higher high. That could be it.
Small cap still on fire. Up 2.25%. New highs.
Walmart might hit 100. I think so.
All right, I've got a light position in 606 QQQ puts
Yeah, that thing's ripping.
and 668 SPY puts.
Yeah, all those sound.
What dates on those?
I just went tomorrow,
Uh,
and I plan to get rid of them today.
Still kind of weak and
If we don't come in today, I'll see if we come in like tomorrow morning.
kind of flagging.
But I mean, this is more of a lotto ticket size trade. If they go to 0, it's not going to hurt me.
Oh, come on, Molly World.
But I just don't see. Like previous all-time high right here on QQQ.
Saw some flow come in on AMD 230 puts.
We come back down under 200, the thing will accelerate.
Leaves at the bid and the ask.
I know we're at 280 or whatever right now, but
Yeah, Oracle kind of weak. Broadcom is strong. Micron's weak also. Micron's actually red now.
boom.
Boom, baby. Let's go. All right, 40 point, covered a quarter there.
Here we go, Frankie.
We can crack.
Watch him run over these late longs.
Let's go, Joe. You still in that?
No, I took mine off.
Oh,
But
good, bro.
I got nice profits though.
Hey, can't complain about it, man.
Exactly.
I like when 10-minute closes above that pivot, like pre-market high. That was a CBC flip, and when it flips, when a CBC flip flips over a pivot, to me it's a fake out. I like to short the second or the following green candle after that CBC flip.
Big time. Big time moves.
All right. Credit spread.
If you guys can't hear the spaces, it's coming back through Frank's mic. Look at this, Frankie.
Freaking do it. Come on. A little bit higher.
Sold the call credit spread on the NDX. I just took it off 40% on this candle down.
Walmart, $110.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm trying
Call
to get
for
mine.
December 19, 102%. I have one runner left. Amma Jamma.
Yo.
I just got filled at 162 on those Walmarts.
Oh,
Go
shit.
breaker at 200.
So I know you're up big too.
Yeah, I've got one left. I'm holding it at this point just to see how it plays out.
I only have one left. That's it.
Yep. I didn't get into a full
Phil.
position. It was just a starter. So.
Just send this thing down. Come on. Crush it. Get under 200 and we'll go.
I was pissed though because it's got me
Back green.
yesterday. I was like, fuck it.
Oh, that was quick,
Real
man.
high.
Points right here.
They suck you in. That's what they always do.
Bill
Like,
Rowe,
no, Amazon just bad rejection into the EMAs. It's pointed straight down for low of day. Netflix is drilling.
Got filled on my order for
Paper was all over that yesterday. Meta's drilling right now under pre-market lows.
all right, feels like a long trap liquidity sweep now over pre-market high.
AMD new low of day.
Get low day break 146.
Palantir is new low of day, headed towards pre-market lows. Broadcom, big shooter.
Yeah, that 207.
What's internals doing? Did they chase this? They've been buying some. Oh, it's not even that strong.
90s.
Oh my god.
ADD should be way up today. Yeah, of course it is. Makes sense.
That's
Now below that 67.50.
Watch this. If this break, look at this bottom trend right here.
5-minute tick that's been below 0. So
That's about to break. Oh, freaky! I'm gonna get greedy today. If I can just sit in this thing.
I'm short like 6 little ones. Where
Yeah.
are you? I'm short at like 65.
Oh, mine's like 07 now.
Okay, guys, I gotta
You
bounce
guys,
off.
trail your stop loss.
0750.
No reason
that area. And I've got,
Lead.
I started with 3, added 1 more up there, so I've got 4.
That's what does it.
I gotta hop off. I got an appointment in a little while.
Could add a couple more.
Jump back on though.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
To the video, so. All right, bye guys.
2 more, and then I'll trim these pretty quick.
Give me that VWAP.
That very wet. What?
That very wet ass prop.
Yeah. Yo.
Oh,
I love it. I love it.
Put that money in my bank with that wet ass profit.
It sounds like we need to make some remixes. Sounds like we need to get Casey in the studio.
When does the Christmas album drop?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
Hold in 10 minute. After that little break, I should have waited for that 10-minute EMA, but CBC flip short. I don't want to short the green though.
I'm just sitting here right now. Like, no clue. I want to wait and see.
All right, I'm short gold here. 10-minute CBC. High risk setup. That's the EMA bullish price of the VWAP.
Filled. Get a call, get a foot, make some wet ass profit.
All right. We take out the opening IB low, and I think you can really start to realize some people shouldn't have chased.
I just added.
Yeah, I've got 6 now.
Filled.
Now let's see if I can get out of some at this 150. Should probably take one off at VWAP right there. I think I'm going to take it off at 150 instead. 156 or
Stay
so.
below my stop.
Could be a reversal candle there, spinning top if we push higher above that wick.
Don't filled.
Come on. Those ads I got stuff down. We'll see.
anytime I take a screenshot, damn thing reverses and I end up losing. So,
Let us know when you take screenshots.
hey, you know how
I can get some coffee.
I am a genius, I think, for sure now.
I've got my festive first mug I saw this morning. It's kind of weird shaped and I hate it, but that's where I'm at. Gracie, I am in I'm in 606 QQQ puts. I'm in 668 SPY puts. Very light size for tomorrow expiration, and I'm in basically 6 MNQs right now. It helps that I had a good night last night, so a little breathing room to like just get short and hold this. Come on, pull the plug on this thing. There it goes. There's VWAP. Give me that 156. 50-point gain. Come on. Nvidia's got a big old A-frame shape here. Drill, baby, drill. You guys buying this dip, or you short? You watching? What are we doing, chat? Please don't be following me. Please have your own thesis, but we know what the data says. %69% of the time we come back down. Now, is it a pretty big push up? Yeah, of course it is. But like, here's your SPY. Here's your previous. 69% of the time you come back to here. So we lose this IB low. We should test this overnight consolidation. And if we accept into here, we start traversing it. And I think that'll start scaring people enough that it can like, whoa, and maybe like do like this and then come back up. That's probably the path for today. Oh, give me this first trend, 50 points. Come on. There it is. All right, I'm out 2 of those 6. Where's my next trend? 125. Maybe 80 points. Drop it low, girl. But I want like right here, 125. $127. 127. All right, let's see if they put in a higher low here. Take a couple shots. It'll take a couple shots to chop this tree down. You're still gonna have enthusiastic buyers. This isn't like a normal NFP because you have a ton of people that were scared that saw the report last night and just a simplistic mind is going to start just chasing buying today, especially if they started capitulating like the last day or two on the lows. Just basic market psychology. Guys, there is a ton of time. Like we don't even have the first hour yet. We don't even have the IV set. I really want them to take this out though in the next 10 minutes. That would make some more data points line up for us. I think we should at least test these 150s. But I think we're going much lower. I think we're going to test these 80s here pretty quickly. If we lose 150, we probably really accelerate. And if we don't, we don't. Yeah. Please trade your own plan, guys. Manage your own risk. But my thoughts are my thoughts. And if the trade works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it's not going to make or break. It's not going to make or break my day. Definitely not going to make or break my week. And account-wise, it's not going to be an issue. Honestly, this trade can go red and I'm still green on the day. Like I can go get stopped out of this and still be green on the day. Fed's Hammock is making some comments right now. Probably get a lot of posturing now, especially since the rate cut in December has fallen off a cliff. Frank, have you seen that?
Yeah.
Was it down to like 20, 30, 23% or something? Let's see. See how much it moved around. 40, it's back to 43%. It was at 30% yesterday. It's back up a little bit, but still greater chance of no cut. SPX has got to lose at 67.50. That's the other conundrum here. That 15-minute engulf. It did. I mean, the wise thing to do is probably not take any trades yet. It's really frothy for shorts. Like you're fighting against a lot of froth. And for longs, it's like you're longing into a 2% up day. IWM new high of day. That was a good trim though. Held VWAP. We didn't even get there on. Was 340 is that upper? XYZ is continuing pretty. Let's take a look around the market. What else is going on here? Tesla's still strong. Nvidia's not doing much. Netflix isn't doing anything. Microsoft's sideways. Meta came in and is kind of bouncing. Google strong over yesterday's high. Amazon still holding on to 225. What else we got? XYZ. Some of you guys in the chat, I know you guys were in Nebius. Is it holding in? Oh yeah, it is holding in. Bank's pretty strong. Uber not participating. Wow. Bitcoin's back to 90K. It didn't even hold into that bounce. What would be, where's SPX? Two % on the day for SPX, 67.76. About 7 points higher than where we went. So like right here. Interesting. Where's VIX right now? 200 day. 21 EMA. I don't really do a whole lot on VIX, but VIX could keep crushing either way though. So where's some of these dailies at? Tesla at the 21. You look left on Tesla. This is your first back test. I don't know. And if any name can just blow right through a back test, Tesla would be one of them, right? But Nvidia rejected where it should have. Netflix not participating at all. Microsoft barely. It's not even really anywhere. Meta's in its own world. Google's new all-time high, so can't get much out of that. Broadcom, right back to same spot, but it looks good actually. Walmart looks good. I mean, this is a positive sign in a lot of these charts, but I'm just not. Like Cisco new all-time high. That's one I still really like. IBM I still really like. Bounce off the 50-day, but it's coming into resistance even. Qualcomm. CRM is dead. Taiwan Semi looks pretty decent here. It needs to get over the 20-day, but Taiwan Semi pushes any higher, that's going to start looking better. But still got a lot of overhead resistance. Uber looks bad. I'm going to have to buy more Uber if it gets the 200-day. Snowflake looks decent. NW had earnings. I think they got hit a little bit. Hit the 200-day. Kevin's looking at Tesla. I mean, are you going to long Tesla into all of this? I'm thinking about adding another one back here. Oh, wait, we're probably going to take, I've been sitting in light shorts. Like I said, I trimmed some of them earlier. Add one back here. I'm playing the odds that we come back down to earth a little bit and that we're not going to have a 2.5%, 3% up day. That's the odds that I'm playing. I mean, that's my problem with Tesla is this is just a huge area of resistance or like supply that you're going to run into. That doesn't mean I'm going to short Tesla, but it's not even back to the 50-day. I don't know. Let's take a look around. Same spot on NDX right there. Nvidia's going sideways. Netflix is getting a bounce. Microsoft's coming down. Meta's right in the middle. Google looks strong. I love how Broadcom is up more than Nvidia on a ping pong from Nvidia. What were some of these other ones like IREN? What have people been trading that one? Daily candle is green, so there are a lot of buyers. Could be. A lot of people were buying here, maybe. I don't know. Let's going to be tough to tell in the volume. Let's see. About average volume. A little bit above average. There's the 200 on the 1 hour for Tesla. This IREN is up 15%. Golly. Walmart new highs. Let's go. I mean, most likely you're going to try to take out that IV high, right? And then when you find out what it's made of. And this thing could extend to like 340, 360. All right, let's see if we take this high out. All right, there's your IV high break on both. What is open door doing? OpenAI is collaborating with Open Door. You can't make this stuff up. All right, my average is back to 240. Well, at least we got the IB sweep out of the way. Statistically, we should not break the low, but the other statistics just as strong that we should track back to previous day high. So do what you want. Like, my main thought and comment was today is a wait and see day. That's why I'm approaching it the way I'm approaching it. What are our sectors doing? SMH should be looking nice. No buyers on Meta. Where's VWAP? This might be yeah. What, David? I like that. What's I'm gonna ask that same question. Does anybody see anything? How do you? I mean, how do you long this with a good conscience when you're up 2.2% of the day, 1.85 on the S&P, and like let's go down to the 5-minute. Let's see what's pushing. Tesla's still within IB, but did take it out. Nvidia's sideways. Microsoft's starting to push. There's a positive for you bulls. Meta's sideways, right in the middle. Google's about to make a new all-time high. Broadcom looking decent. Amazon, IB high. Still under pre-market highs though. Apple, lower high, but it's still in the upper range. Still looks good. Kevin, my comment today was like most people should just be patient, sit and wait and do nothing. I bought my my lotto ticket type of trades and I'll manage them accordingly. There we go, Cisco. I'm long Cisco and IB on both. Look at that. Boom. I like that. Somebody forgot to tell crypto. Kevin, I mean, here's the big problem, right? For trading today. Let me just go to I'll just go to InQ. You just made this move. Are you longing up here? And what are you longing off of? I mean, maybe this consolidation is all you really have for a short-term trade, but statistically, I mean, are you looking for a 3% up day, 2.5% up day? Maybe you get this, the rest of this move another 100 points higher. It's possible. And if you're trying to short, you're shorting against a frothy uptrending market where people all think they have hope again. We actually have 1, 2, 3, 4 of your top 10 weighted stocks have bearish IBs. And you have 4 of them that have bearish first hours. That's interesting. The indices themselves should be like pretty bullish. Yeah, pretty much all bullish there. You should get a retracement after you break the IB high. You should get a retracement back to 262. What if we buy into froth? Well, if you're buying into froth, that tells me you don't think that there's going to be a better price. So my thing would be like, you got to weigh out the risk reward. So like, what name do you want me to use as an example? Husafa. Which name do you want? Which name? Nvidia? Okay. Let's look at Nvidia here. Anytime you have an earnings report, you typically want to give it a few days after a big event for like IB to cool down, for price action to cool down. If you buy Nvidia here, you're telling me that you won't get another shot down here at all. After it made this move, you think it's just going to keep flying up here. Now, let's say it does fly up here and only come back like to here in the next day or two. You can probably buy it in the same area within the next couple days, even if it got continuation. Now, if you're holding this long term, like if you're holding this long term, then no big deal, right? Like if you're buying it here for long term and you're holding, I mean, most people would tell you they probably expect Nvidia, a year from now or more to probably be higher than it is now. Now, we could get a market correction back to the same area. I don't know. It depends like what your time frame is. But if you're just buying here, you have a huge gap that's left underneath here. I mean, it's basically you're saying within the next week, month, whatever, you don't think Nvidia is going to give you a better price to buy. And I would just argue that when you make this type of move, you usually get something like this at minimum. It's the same with like the indices in general. And I look at like this. I mean, I think you're at least get the back test of this, or at least these EMA. Like you're when you shoot up like this, you need to do something to prove that it's going to do this. And we're back green. We get back to VWAP. I'll take those two ads back off. Does that make sense? Husefa, like the market, Frank tells me this all the time, reminds me of this. The market always gives you a second chance. And the second chance may be a little bit higher, but it's going to have a better risk reward. So the point being made here is you don't have to buy on the first thing, like the first like piece of news. Because there's going to be people that are already in that are going to take profit, and there's going to be people that are like, okay, I'll wait for this thing to come in a little bit and I'll get in. You have impulse in the market, but then you also have, smarter money and tacticalness in the market where people are going to say, okay, I'll wait till the impulse kind of fades off and then we'll go back to it. We get back down here to 200 and 191. I'll take my two ads back out. Come on, get down to that midpoint. Give me 191, 190. Give me back to VWAP. Just want to take those ads back out. All right, let's take a look at the higher time frame here. So 1 hour could be a little hanging man. 30-minute, you got a hanger followed by a push down. That's not a great look. Pusella, BMNR, I am not a fan of BMNR at all. I'm not a fan of any treasury company. I never have been. BMNR, I think, is when you talk about the like I cannot get anybody to convince me that buying a treasury company is better than buying underlying. And crypto looks like absolute death. BMAC, what beer ball? I actually don't use anything. When my beard was first coming out, I did like you try the beard shampoos and the like the balms and the oils and all that stuff. I never really, all it ever did was make the beard look shiny. So I don't use anything. I mean, Head and Shoulders, regular shampoo while I'm in the shower. That's all I do. All right, let's get some of these trims back out here. Come on, give me 200. Give me VWAP. Frank, you're watching this SPX. If it breaks 750. Come on, let me get that order field. Come on, give me a kill candle here. Take all the froth out of this. Probably take these trims now. I've worked myself into a really good position here. Well, Dom, I just want to make it clear. I am not bearish on the market. I am short-term looking for a move back to the downside to reset. But I see what you're saying, but buying breakouts is a full strategy. There's two of my trims back out. Boy, if it breaks this downtrend, it's going to get oogly. I hate that my average keeps moving around. I don't even know what my average is now. I'm just whatever. I'm basically short from like up here somewhere because of the ads and trims. I hate when the prop firms do this. Let's go, Miguel. It's just like you have to think about the psychological side of things and then take away the emotions. A lot of people this morning came into today like super excited. You know, we're so back, everything's great, blah, blah, blah. Fine, that can be true, but that doesn't mean you're just going to continue rocket shipping for no reason, especially once you've already gone up a lot. Nvidia is about to make a new low of day here. Microsoft just broke down in a bear flag. Meta's got a Head and Shoulders. I mean, I'm just looking at what's in front of me. Look at the same trend that it's trying to hold. Let me go down to the 5 minute. Nvidia new low of day. Half gap's the other spot you look for on a day like today. I mean, Brent, we're going to look back. Okay, so what you need to happen, yesterday's range is all the way down here. This is yesterday's range. You really need to come back and test yesterday's range and see if that's going to now be support. And look, if you look over here, you see this and you see this. You don't really have confirmation of that. I mean, you could say this overnight was pretty solid, but I don't know. The other thing, like I said, we were up over 2% on the day. 2% plus days are pretty rare. I'll play the probabilities of it coming back in. It does, like, the market doesn't just in one day change. Now look at what this is starting to set up to look like. Let me hide the drawings here. This is the 21 EMA, the yellow one. Daily 21 EMA. We opened on it, looked above it, and we're falling back below it right now. Doesn't have to stay that way, but that's just what I see. Give me that 150. I'll get that next trim. Come on, wick it down, wick it down. Oh, refused. Boom. Boom! Oh! Oh! We are dying! Frankie! All my puts are up 30+%. Come on, give me that 82. What a day. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. Don't lie. Don't lie. Some of you doubted me. Data, probabilities. Don't trade on emotions. Please trim your trades, manage them how you want. This is going to be a huge day for me, a huge trade for me, even if it flies back up. The biggest key, David, for having patience is sizing appropriately. I'm confident in the direction that I thought this trade would go, and I was able to allow this. I mean, look, when I was first getting into this, I was in it at like what 200. And the thing went 100 points against me. I built credit, raised my average because I like, okay, add some in here, trim them back out. Add some in here, trim them back out. And I sized small enough where I could continue to be in the trade. How far this thing could fall? Palantir's drilling. Oh, drill, baby, drill. Give me that target at 80. I've got it at 82, actually. Come on, give me 80. I don't even know how many points this is, but what a rugger. Drill it. Drill, baby, drill. Give me that 82. Come on down. Come on down. Boom. Oh, buddy. Trimming my puts too, up 50%. All right, I'm taking off the QQQ puts, and I'm leaving the SPY ones. This is going to be a $1,000 trade no matter what happens now. I can put my stop at like 220. Still make $1,000 today. Whatever, doesn't matter. Woo, what a day! Let me pull up that report again that I tweeted out that I went over first thing this morning. Look at this one. Go to Edgeful and go to outside days. You guys see this? Okay. 69% of the time, reversal back down to previous day's range. Even if we don't get there, that's still strong enough directionally that that's what I want to play. Let me go to QQQ, or I can go to NQ. It's the same essential thing. I have it on session for just New York session. 72%. I can take this trade 10 times. It's going to work 7. What a move. All right, chat, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my, oh, drill, baby, drill. Boy, after what yesterday did to me, I came for some vengeance today. And now I'm gonna sit back here with my Christmas coffee mug and see if we get to full target. I hope it does make sense now. I mean, probably makes more sense when you see it play out, right? Give me that 25K. 25K. Everyone on X is looking for reasons right now. Why? Why is this happening? Who cares why it's happening? I don't think there's a reason. It's technical. Might as well just exit here. It's so overextended. Please do not short the hole. Back to the 50-day. SPX almost back to the 50-day. 100% on SPY puts as well. I guess I'll take a trim. All right, give me this right here. It's like 250 points or whatever from that. I have no idea what my average ended up being, but that's where we're at. I'm about to get out of here. Frank, did you ever load those puts? I'm out. I'm all out. Do whatever you want for the rest of the day.
I did not get in them. I should have. I was looking at them and I didn't. And then it started to break. I'm like, I didn't want to chase it. And now look at this mess. But I was short some futures, which is good. Not a lot, but enough. You don't need to be short a lot when it moves like this.
There's previous day high touch 72% of the time. Oh, we are dying. We just lost the 50-day. Spy's still not even there. There's half gap too. All right. Kevin, I appreciate the kind words. What a day. One day does not fix a market. Frank, what did we talk about yesterday? One day doesn't fix this.
Exactly.
Stop filled.
Oh. Ooh.
SPY puts are up 160%. Oh my God, get wrecked. Late longs. Get wrecked.
Oh my God.
I hope people listened.
Filled.
There's 6,700 SPX. We're still not at previous day's high.
Filled.
I still wouldn't even play. I mean, it is overextended as it is. I still wouldn't play the bounce yet.
No, you get a second chance. I mean, you heard those stops. Those are quick.
Yeah, no, it's a quick
Money
flip. It was a quick. Yeah, I got you. Quick flip. What I'm looking at is SPX still hasn't. I mean, half gap and yesterday's high are the same spot. It's right here on my chart. 50% of or whatever half gap, 50% of the gap, previous session high. That's where that 69% stack comes in. I talked about earlier. 72 on NQ. It's 69 on SPY.
Look at VIX.
Go to your SPY chart.
2170. Oof. Okay. Horizontal line. Oh.
Oh, get wrecked!
Filled.
Shit. Oh my God.
Just almost hit it.
This is your spot to take profit.
For sure.
God, late longs got wrecked.
Filled.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Nice, nice.
I picked it
Nice.
off.
I knew you did. I know you did.
You got to see the whites of their eyes. I'm not in this, man. I'm out.
The field.
This is terrible. It's a
Look
back
at, did you
test.
see the daily? Look at the daily.
Yeah, we could.
Straight back through the 50-day. Straight through it.
No news, no nothing. Oh, shit.
This is ugly. This is so ugly. There it is right there. Bing bong. Oh my goodness. Guys, have you tried Edgeful? They just straight up paid us like crazy. Oh no, look where it bounced. Previous session high.
The field.
All right, I'm out. Walks.
We go to the, look at this. Previous session high, half cap. This is, look, and I'll say this right now, the way this is acting and the way it just rubbed straight through all the daily EMAs, no thanks.
Yeah.
It needs to go back up and close above them and then hold above them for another day before I'm excited for longs in this market. Does Microsoft ever have green days? I mean, look, Tesla, right into the reject. I mean, multiple play. Look at Nvidia, giving it back. Netflix is about to take out all the lows. Good Lord. Meta, reject. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Did the NASDAQ almost go red? No way. Oh, never mind. No, not even close. If we reject yesterday's high now, oh no. We're so overextended. The EMAs are like super overextended. If this accepts any lower, it will get ugly. If SPX goes under the 690, it will get ugly. I was talking to a lot of people last night on Spaces, and there's a lot of different. There's the normal exuberance, but there's a lot of people that were looking a lot deeper into things: options positioning, gamma gax, dealer positioning. None of it was good. Let me drop you guys a link for Edgeful if you haven't tried it out yet. How many of you guys are using Edgeful, by the way? If you're not, you're just giving away free money, I feel like. There's a link right there in the chat. New lows. What's the Frank? The one thing I've been saying, the market keeps looking forward to the next piece of good news. What's next now? What's the market looking forward to next to price in next? You have a 50-50 rate cut in December, and that's it. Data's coming back out. Some of it's coming out, some of it's not coming out. They're like cherry picking what they want to. This actually looks kind of bad, Frank. They cherry picked for September data to come out, and it was good data, but they're not releasing October. So why is that? That sounds bad. And guys, if you're trading prop firms, you got yourself into a little bit of trouble today, use code WOLF, get that discount. Reset, slow down. Let's get you funded. Let's get you paid out. Let's not go crazy here. That's if I try to teach and help with anything, I mean, analysis is one thing, but if I try to teach and help with anything, well, we're getting ugly. Oh, we're getting ugly. But if I try to teach and help with anything, it is like how to manage risk, trade the direction. So like you saw me taking small amounts. I was calling out. I have 3 MNQs. I have 4. I have 6. I'm trimming 2 back out. I'm adding 2 back in. Ooh.
47.21 gap fill.
On what? Sorry?
47.21, 24.721 on NQ is gap fill.
Yeah, I've got it at 25. But yeah, 725, that area.
From 4 o'clock?
Yeah, previous session close, 424. Yeah, right here.
Right where?
725.
Oh, yeah. We're 725. They don't believe it yet. The calls and the SPX are not collapsing enough. They're just, that's VIX pumping them back up.
Dude, I knew I should have done fucking NQ contracts overnight when I was making those posts and this thing.
Ooh. What a day, chat. What a day. Oh, no.
Easy.
250% on these SPY puts.
NQ didn't start going down. Too scared to get squeezed, man. Too scared to get squeezed. What was that fight? My bad.
NQ didn't go down until an hour ago. It peaked last hour. So
yeah, I would have got squeezed a little bit.
Yeah, you would. So, if you would have played the big ones. At the open, that's when NQ gets the most volume. As for all the future players. That's why I don't play overnight. Well, that and I like to sleep.
Ooh, that was a rug pull if I ever saw one.
This is bad. Bad.
Why'd you pull it, Frankie?
I don't know. Somebody turn me up, chat. We are printing. Oh, no. Oh, dude, this thing can't even get a green candle. Look how ugly this is. 300% on those SPY puts. Does anybody take the puts too with me? Oh my God. Frank, I know you're going to play a bounce here in a minute. Oh, you got to wait for this confirmation. Oh, Corey, yeah. That's why I don't really deal with consistency. I also spread out accounts, but like I don't really deal with the consistency much. Like if you're trying to trade right here, there's no way you short. No, it should not even cross your mind to short here. And if you long, you're playing an overextended bounce. I would honestly probably wait and see if that gap's going to fill first. And there's a little bit of a spot right there to bounce. It's overextended, but I don't feel good about it. Myth, yes, I do. On SPX, what is it? I can't remember what it's called. I have one of the. I don't remember what the data is called. But I have whatever data package gives you SPX, NDX, and VIX. VIX is all the way back. Did we fill the gap? Oh, we're about to fill the gap, Frankie. Oh no.
Almost.
It's like right here. Wait for it. And honestly, I don't even think you could probably try to play that bounce. I don't even really want to play that bounce because ES is still coming down. SPX. Oh, we lost 750 SPX and we dropped out 100 points. Oh my Lanta. Oh, buddy. Good Lord, dude. This is insane. Frank, ticker, close the fucking brokerage. Oh, buddy. Oh. I don't have a gap fill yet, Forbes. Oh my, BM&R lost the 200 day. Oh, Bitcoin is getting wrecked. Wrecked. Oh no. What a beautiful day. VIX is all the way back to 24. Oh my god. Oh. There's the gap fill. All right, so gap fill on Qs, not there on the S&P yet. I would not try to I would not try to play calls here. If you're playing futures, you can try to play futures. Would not try to play any calls. Or do a green candle. Well, now what do you do? Oh, that's wrecked now. Yeah, yeah, for real. At this point, just fill the gaps. Just fill the gap and get it over with. Yes. SPX. Just fill it. Fill it. Get it over with. I don't even know what to do. How many people were telling me to buy MSTR the other day? Holy. So like MSTR, let's use this as an example here. It started bouncing here to no man's land, and people were thinking it was a buy. Why is it a buy? I have no confirmation. And then look, you get a second chance, you get even a better chance. If you really want to buy MSTR, you're getting an even better chance. If you loved MSTR at 240 or at 200, you should love it down here. It's at a discount, right? I hate MSTR and I hate BMNR. I hate every crypto treasury company. But I mean, look, Bitcoin couldn't even bounce to the 9 EMA. It didn't even get up there. Like, it didn't even give a good chance to reshort it. Why would I long it? Walmart's still up 7% on the day. Oh, what a day. What a day. I don't know, David. That's my question. Why? I've asked that question to everyone, and I can't get an answer. My answer, it makes no sense. I need somebody to explain to me. There's no leverage. They're just buying the only thing they can do is stake and generate, some type of staking or lending at some point, but they're not even doing that right now. And if they are, like, how much revenue is that? Why wouldn't you just buy the underlying? Oh my gosh, we just did it. Gap filled. Let's go. Oh, 450%. All right, I got to trim. Frank, what I'd say is going to get ugly, 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 ugly. Oh my God. Drill, baby, drill. Where's Tim the Toolman Taylor? Just drill, baby, drill. Where's Evan? $500% on those spy puts. I'm still holding. Why would I get out? Oh my God. Oh my God, this is still going, Frankie. Like I said, don't log anything. Oh my God. Surely this bounces at some point, right? Where does this bounce now? Oh my god. Oh my god, what a roll! Oh my god. Dude. How long ago did I sell? I'm glad at this. That's why I have the puts too. This could have been an 700 point trade. You get ran over. You can get ran over. Rip it to the high. What did my puts even go to? Those SPY puts 135 average are currently at 835, 530%. They were up as much as 600% a while ago. And they expire tomorrow. What do we even, I mean, what do we even do now? Remember those lotto tickets I told you guys I was buying? Boy, that was oh, that worked out. That was great. All right, well, can we get a 15-minute anything bounce? We almost took out yesterday's low. Nvidia is now red. Is it what is still green? Google and Broadcom, and of course Walmart. Oh, Walmart passed JP Morgan, Frank, in market cap. I don't even know what to do, guys. There goes. We just engulfed yesterday. Where's Wattbender? I can't wait to see Wattbender. Oh, Wattbender is going to hear it from me.
What happens when you fill that gap that big? I wonder what the data says now. It's probably lower.
Well, so here's the one thing that I look at. First, you look for previous session high. You accept into previous session's range. You look for a gap fill. If you don't hold there and you go traverse the previous day and engulf it, I mean, just in basic market structure trading, like you go lower. Because now once you've broken previous day's low, this, like what I've noticed, and Edgeful doesn't track this yet, but like I may have Andre start tracking this, but if you take out the previous day's high, you have a high chance of closing green on the day. But if you take out both, whichever one you take out second has to be like a super, super high percentage that you close in that direction. Wait, look at this daily candle. We engulfed yesterday. How does this not finish down here tomorrow? Or does it just go sideways and chop on options expiration? I mean, you don't even need indicators anymore at this point. Rigetti, both or bear flag we talked about yesterday didn't even take out previous day's high. What are the frothier stocks in the market doing? IO and Q getting crushed. Palantir, holy Frank, you see this? Look at PLTR. It's dead. I mean, that's the next target. It's about to volume point of control. Where's Hood? Hood absolutely just Hood just the previous 3 days just got engulfed. You're gonna fill the gap. Nebius engulfed. Oh, we're still drilling. There, we just took out yesterday's low on ES and SPX. What a day. Oh, if SPX loses 6,600 right here, like I don't. It's starting to get to the other side of like how far extended can you go to the other side? But I mean, how do we not just go back to this low now? T-Jizzle. Oh, that's X Space's crew. Let's go check in on the old spaces over here. Which one's yours, T-Jizzle? I just heard him. Oh, God, Bitcoin. Sorry about you. Is it up here somewhere, T-Jizzle? What am I looking for? Did you post it or somebody else post it? Oh, comment under the comments. What's your name on here? Dang, somebody made 32K. What's your name on here, T-Jizzle? Is this one right here? Is this you? Oh yeah, this has got to be you right here. Oh, let's go, T-Jizzle, 1,300%. Wow. Shout out T-Jizzle. That is massive, brother. Let's go. I'm going to follow you. Let's go. I mean, I thought I was doing good. I'm up 800% on mine. Hey, I appreciate that, T-Jizzle. We talked through this. Guys, if you're new to the channel, please give us a little like on the stream, subscribe to the stream, the channel. But we talked through a lot of this. I talked through this on Spaces, on 2 different Spaces yesterday. I don't have a crystal ball, but I have probabilities, right? To me, and I was saying this morning, even when things looked super bullish, I was saying this morning, I said this last night, like it looked like a giant back test on almost everything. I mean, when I go to these, look, I talked about Tesla this morning. Broken chart, back test. Nvda, I mean, this could turn into a pretty ugly thing, but it came right up to a level, rejected. Did I expect it to reject this hard? Not really, but I did have a lot of concerns in the market. Look, Microsoft's at 480. This is getting capitulatory. I mean, just the daily. Look at the daily. We never got out of the downtrend. Back test of the downtrend. Back test of previous highs. I highlighted this high, these highs, same spot, same rejection. Anybody that was concerned here, this was their chance to get back out. We are toast. We're down almost 1,000 points from the high. 900 points. Where do we even go below this? Good. Guys, have you seen this 5-minute chart right now? This is like, look how like just straight orderly down this is. I don't even, I don't even know what to do right here. Brett's got a customer out. Like, we gotta go touch some grass. I was up 2K on my pro account in TP. I'm down a little. Sorry, I don't know. So the question, I don't know. Do you have a trailing drawdown in your account? If you have trailing drawdown and it's like 2K or whatever, or 4K, I don't know what your drawdown is, but you probably hit your drawdown, right? But a lot of it depends. Is it trailing? What is it? You know. T-Jizzle, you're a legend, bro. You're a legend. That's what it's all about, though. These streams, we're hanging out. We're all trying to win together. We're trying to analyze things together. I don't even know what to do now. What do you do with this? Like, yeah. So, question of the day: where do you go from here? My thought would be much lower. Do you get a bounce to reshort? If you get a bounce, you reshort it for sure. Now the problem is you're back re-extended from all the key spots. I don't even know what to do with this. Tomorrow might just be a take profit holiday. Yeah. Here's two answers. Do absolutely nothing or stay in some shorts. I like those two answers. Do absolutely nothing or stay in some shorts. It's a good day, Tater. Look at his weekly candle. 20-week incoming. There's your next target. This doesn't look like it's stopping at all. This is a straight downtrend. Yeah. Nasty. SD. Good time to clean up some charts. Under these next lows, there is not much that catches you, by the way. I talked about this with Amajam a little bit yesterday. Under these lows, there is nothing until down here. 580. How far are we down on the from all-time high now? %7.28%. That 5% mark was the other day, right? Right there, yeah. All right, well, we're gonna sweep this low and come back up. What day did we make this low? Monday? Tuesday. Oh yeah, 2 days ago. The only thing I can think of is to try to re-short it if it bounces high enough. A lot of traders wiped out on a day like today. Code Wolf. Unreal. Unfreaking real day. I don't even know what you do here. I really don't. You just hang out. So let's go play some GeoGuessr. like what? I really don't think there's much else you can even do on a day like today. If you're a scalper, you're a scalper, but can we get a 15-minute green candle? One green candle to 15-minute. This is so like the other thing on trading. What's up, Jordy? Gracie, I don't think you want to buy calls today. VIX is absolutely flying. It's up like 20%. If one, there's no confirmation you're going to bounce here. You just completely engulfed the previous day's range. If you buy calls for a bounce, you're fighting a VIX crush against you. The IV, like, because if the market bounces, the IV, like VIX, for example, VIX pulling back just a little bit here, but if like the market starts bouncing and VIX pulls back in sharply, the IV in your calls is going to get sucked out with the price action, which is going to make it extremely difficult to make money. Tesla just filled the gap. Google filled the gap. Everything's filling the gap, going red. Wow. What a day. Look at this. Internals, Valdi off of a cliff. Valdi Q off of a cliff. ADD from positive almost 2,000 to negative 1,000. Boy. Chalk this one up to the chalk this one up in the history books. What a day. You don't get days like this often. Unbelievable. Oh, lunchtime. What a freaking day. What's up, Nancy? How's it going? Today, you know what? Today would be a great GeoGuessr day. Jordy just uploaded a new video here. Let's support old Jordy. Here's a link to Jordy's video if anybody wants to watch it or save it for later. I'll have to check that later. Oh, new lows. Again. Yeah, Jordy, we'll talk about it whenever you got. I know you got a space coming up here in a little bit. We'll talk about it when you get on here this afternoon. Jordy and the crew should be coming on here just a little bit with us, guys. I think there's an earnings space that's going to go on in about 20 minutes or so. I'm just going to stay live here watching these markets go crazy and see if we can get 1,000% on these SPY puts that I'm in. Yeah, earnings chat at the top of the hour, and then Jordy will be over here. I don't know where this stops, by the way. Yeah, where does this stop now? I just gotta clean up the charts. That's all I gotta do. Let's clean up that one. We can delete these. Don't need those anymore. I mean, a normal fib extension takes us another 60 points down. That is crazy. We're down 1% on the day now. And look, everyone's going to be looking around on X. What's the news? What's the news? There is no news. You have a market that bounced, that had been downtrending, that got a relief bounce and back tested, huge overhead supply on a lot of names. You had the last piece of possible good news with Nvda earnings, and now what? That's where you're at. I mean, are there a lot of other, there's a lot of little variables and pieces of the puzzle that you can try to put together to try to explain what's going on here. I mean, for anyone to say they expected this type of sell-off, I think would be disingenuous. I mean, I was looking for shorts. I was in shorts. I wasn't looking for this type of sell-off, but I'm glad I got to ride the train. I could have made way more money than I did make on futures. I'm making really good money either way. Got my piece of the pie, and I'm still sitting in some SPY puts, but that's fine. But yeah, you can point to a million different things, right? Well, it was because of this or it's because of that. To me, it's like you had a lot of people that, especially probably retail traders, you probably have a lot of people that looked at today and said, wow, Nvidia earnings were great. We're so back. And they chased in and bought. And when they did that, that's just a recipe for once that boulder starts rolling back down the other side of the hill, that snowball just grows and grows and grows. And look, if you made money today, the last thing you should think about is, oh, I paper handed this, right? No. You take your shots at trades. When they work out, you take your profit. And in my opinion, you try to leave runners wherever you can. But there's at some points where you take a normal move and you're good. And if you have a runner or two for something like this to happen, this happens so rare. Who cares how much money you left on the table? Nvidia didn't save the markets after all. Oh no, reminder, Apex is running an 80% off sale right now. So if you are looking to stock up on some accounts, you're okay with Apex, make sure you read their rules and everything, of course, consistency, all that good stuff. But Apex, very economical option for prop firms. Wolf X gets you that 80% off over there. But the other ones, Tradify, Alpha Futures, Top One, Elite Trader, some of the other ones, code WOLF. code WOLF. There you go. Apex is 80% off right now. I don't know. I don't think we have the futures desk yet. I think that one's on our list to get set up on. But the plan is to get set up on all of the prop firms, so we have a code for you guys on at all of them. And we will start giving away accounts soon too. That's all in the works. It's just as we're launching so many things right now. We have a show at the New York Stock Exchange. We've got obviously crypto channels. We've got this going on. We've got new podcast stuff getting set up. We've got obviously we're doing these streams now with the spaces and all this stuff. Tons of things going on. Big things are coming, and big things in the works still. I mean, what a great problem to have for us at the Wolf team. But I am going to eventually, I don't have it like in the next week or anything planned, but I am going to have account giveaways for you guys, everything. We'll probably do that for, you know what, I'll toss another little nugget out there. There's possibly a European version of a show coming out soon too. So that's been in the works. So like maybe some London session, maybe some European stuff going on, you know, just broadening out. We have so many things in the works. But I don't know. We give away accounts. We may do it to members only or something, which I gifted probably 100 memberships either way. So hopefully you got a membership. Can't say anything else, but there you go. We'll see what happens. Just stay tuned. Right, Eva? Just stay tuned. There we go. Tyler's might be. We're back to Biden's market again. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Whew. Let's go. No, I am Irish, but I love that. I would have still that from you, dude. I love that. How far is Bitcoin? Is Bitcoin off the planet yet? Oh my God. Oh, is it a bear market yet? Are we about to make new lows again? Is that all the pop that it gave us? Good. Gosh. That's all it could do? Oh no. Blood in the water. My headphones are gonna die. Ivan, I'll say this. I'm glad that my main accounts at Top Step do not have consistency rules. And I use multiple accounts to spread that out either way. Gosh, I could have pulled up my Tradify account on here. Maybe we do that. I don't know. My advice to anyone, not financial advice, but just trading advice of what I look at a day like today is it's out of the ordinary. Probably don't want to take part in it. It's been straight down. We haven't got a green 15-minute candle in what, 2 hours? You can't short this. There's nothing that tells you to long this. My spy puts are almost they're what, 830%. Unbelievable. I don't even use a 100-day, but good. Bitcoin's about to hit the next target already. Is this gonna? Like, how nasty can this get? We're down 1%. We were like up 2% of the day. We're down 1% on the S&P. This is one of the wildest days I think I've ever seen. Oh, don't worry, Ivan. Evan actually posted a while ago. Hold on, let's go look at Evan's Twitter. I'm currently a BMNR. What a wild day. Wild day. This is an insane. I mean, what's the range on NQ today? 1,000 points? That is 1,000 points. Oh my god. I'm about to tweet out my other favorite graphic. Yeah, how about this? Where's paper? I'm gonna have to go have paper. Oh, oh, we're just all hanging out now, aren't we? Oh my Lanta. Lunchtime's almost over. We can't even bounce. Don't we have an unfilled gap right down here? We do have an unfilled gap. 204. 223. We get there? 10 points. 10 points from filling that last unfilled gap. The SPX is on. Zoom, 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 zoom. 52. So SPX still has an unfilled gap down there too. You should get some type of green candle. Azula, what are you asking? You're asking. I don't know what you're asking. Tesla at 400. I mean, pretty much everything should be a. Oh god! Now Apple's breaking. Is the Fed buying? What does the numbers show? Your. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. I mean, the Fed speakers have been cautionary the last few days. Like, I don't know what changed, if anything. Look at Walmart just staying green. I don't even know what to do with my life. Is I just sit here and watch the entertainment? I mean, as overextended as this is and where the VIX is where it's at, we should be getting much bigger bounces than what we're getting. Like, it's actually a problem that we're not getting bounces. Like, it's. Let's just get all those off. I can't even tell what's going on. I get as overextended as this is, it should be bouncing harder than this, and it's not. Hey, we got a green 15-minute candle. First one. I want to look at something else here. Look at that. Oh, just saw that. What does an anchored view up even look like from down here? It's not even gonna work on that. I gotta go to SPY. Good Lord. I can't. I gotta take that off the chart. There's no way. All right. Well, you're getting a little relief bounce. Sell my puts? No. Why would I not hold runners through tomorrow? Yeah, we haven't really seen a full-on puke. And this part was really like orderly. $6,600 SPX is right here. And if that can reclaim, maybe. Oh. Where does this even bounce to? Back to previous day's low? All right, do you guys want me to address the Santa rally again? Do we need to do that? Not pointed at you, Josefa. Because in general, people keep talking about this Santa rally. First and foremost, seasonality has been off all year. All year, seasonality has been off. I just said something about a recession. Bullsby. Here's your relief bounce. All right, Santa Claus. Let me just go to. Let me get there. Oh, all right. Seasonality. Here's seasonality over on Edgeful. I'm going to go to the last 5 years. Obviously, there's other charts and other services that go even back further, but here's the last 5 years. See the last week of the year, all the way over here on the far right, the last week of the year, that's the Santa Claus rally. So let's make 3 points here. One, seasonality this year has been completely off, right? They talk about September. September didn't do anything. They talk about October, and October was kind of the opposite. All right. Seasonality, the whole seasonality thing has been off this entire year. Now, if you still believe in some seasonality, the Santa Claus rally is it's 6 weeks away. It is the last week of the year. It's after Santa Claus. So it really should be called the after Christmas rally, right? Santa Claus doesn't come. The Santa Claus rally doesn't start ahead of time. If anything, if you believe in seasonality, the first week of December is one of the weakest. Look at this, one of the worst weeks of the whole year. So let's throw that piece in there too. And then I like this comment right here. With everyone talking about a Santa Claus rally, there's probably not going to be one. A watched pot never boils. One of my favorite sayings. Gosh, every way I look at these charts, it just doesn't get any better. There's a nice bounce, though. Do you get to the 21 and get rejected? That would be my question here. But yeah, I mean, so we just think about that logically. Anybody that is looking for the Santa Claus rally, they're looking for it wrong. And if everybody in the world's talking about it, it's not going to happen. After today, how many people just ran over too? That's right, Tommy. Got ran over this morning. Put your big boy pants on, rallied back. Yeah, it wasn't that hard. It just. So the problem with reshort, if you're thinking about reshorting, I don't hate the idea. What I would be very cautious and concerned about. I like reshorting more than I like longing. I'll put it that way. However, the thing I would worry about is like with the VIX at whatever it's at, 25, 26. The thing I would worry about is if it shoots up higher than you're expecting it to before it rolls over. Size down, give it a lot of space. You don't need any size today. 1,000-point range, you don't need any size today. Look at the VIX crashing right back down. I mean, look, this is a 200-point bounce. Yeah, Dr. J, I mean, you could do that. Like, you could think about selling put spread. It is a nice bounce off the lows, but bounce doesn't get me excited. Put it that way. But yeah, short by selling spreads. I would not be surprised to see a bunch of prop firms do promos today. And Apex has already got theirs going, but I would not be surprised if you see Tradify or Alpha Futures, Top One, Elite. I would not be surprised to see a bunch of good deals come out today. And when they do, just use code WOLF, of course, to get that best deal if you're looking to load up on some more accounts. If you got ran over today, don't worry. A lot of people got ran over today. Beautiful crush on the VIX. Probably going to bounce right here. I don't know. I'm having such a huge day. This is what I was saying. Like, VIX can make this pop way higher than you want it to. Like, we could still pop back green on the day. That'd be pretty crazy. A pretty heavy level right there. My problem is when VIX is this high, it shoots higher than you want it to before it pulls back or rejects. Nothing is crazy. Short VIX was the bounce play. That's very actually, it's a very good thought. But look, you go down 1,000 points. What? Interesting. This range is so big. Surprised by how many people are surprised. Look at that. Massive tick up right there. Almost the highest tick of the day. So that probably shoots for way back down here. I mean, look, pretty clean right here. All right, now what? There's a rejection. really want to see something like wick down and then close right back up above here if you're really looking for this. We're not even close to a bear market though. Maybe down 5% from all-time high. I don't know. Nothing about this bounce gets me excited to trade. I do want to short it, but I can't really short this with a clean conscience. Where's everyone, melt up? I think most of them are taking lunch. Everyone I texted talked to taking lunch. Jordan is running spaces still. He'll be off at the top of the hour, so about 35 minutes, 40 minutes. I can't do math. I think most traders are probably done for the day because they're probably looking at this like I'm looking at it going, okay, what real opportunity do you have here after a 1,000-point move? If you're a scalper, sure, you can scalp back and forth. You can probably get your head ripped off pretty easily on a scalp too, but here come your sellers right back in. Right back in. Yikes. 200-point scalp. Yeah, Tommy, if one MNQ. What's one MNQ for what? Is what, $2 a point? What's that, $400? One MNQ, $400 back and forth. Can you short the VIX, please? No. I would rather long the VIX. I think this is going to get uglier. There's no way I'm shorting the VIX into options expiration tomorrow. Tomorrow's monthly options expiration. Yeah, there you go, Tommy. Risk 1,000 points. Try to make 200. Oh man! I thought Jensen in the call was good yesterday. The numbers were great. There was nothing wrong with Nvda. I mean, they even re-accelerated. Yeah, there was nothing wrong with Nvda. I mean, look at this. What's crypto doing? Bouncing a little bit, slightly. Oh, Coinbase. Wonder if you fill this gap right here. There's a gap right here. What's Hood up to? Is it still dying? Hood stopped right in the middle of that gap too, didn't it? Yeah, give me that. Give me that down there on Hood. I'll be more interested at 101. I don't think there's anything wrong with Nvidia or Nvidia's numbers. There was just so much damage under these charts the last week that. I mean, look at. Amazon's about to round trip 200 day to new all time high back to 200 day. Trying to flip those EMAs. I don't think this is going to hold up here. I don't think it's done. It could be done just from how far you fell type of perspective, but you guys have seen me like try to long off of bottoms before. This scenario is just so different. There's no way I'm going to try to play longs. I don't know. We'll be back in like 5 seconds, guys. All right, we're back. Did we fall? Not holding that previous low. Oh. If this breaks down again, that will be absolutely disgusting. Yeah, Kevin, I can't even comprehend those numbers. They were expected to guide to 57 or 54 billion next quarter, and they did it this quarter. They beat next quarter's guide this quarter. I haven't even looked at gold today. Golly. Oh, Sandisk. Death. D-Dog. Death. Oh, load. What are we doing? Hey, that's an interesting take, Joe. So the market being scared that there's overbuying, like overspending going. Yeah, I mean, you could make that argument. It's probably a valid argument. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that argument. I just think it's just all been over. I mean, everything's overcooked. I mean, when I look at like, you can go sector by sector too. You can look at SMH. I mean, this is a normal like reset in a market. Even if we did this and came back to here, like that's still a normal reset too. I mean, look right here. Came back to it. I mean, my Mercado Libre is getting smoked. I'm gonna have to buy some more. What are some of these other stocks doing? I'm going through my portfolio looking here. Yeah, no, I get you. I just think it's just over its skis. That's all I think. Plus, it's been an amazing year. I mean, for anybody, right? If you bought pretty much anything the last 6 months, you're up. And like, even if you bought in May, if you bought the top of May, you're still up 10%. That's still an average year's return. What are we up year to date? 12% on SPX. Larry, I see that comment. That's funny. All right, are we gonna dump or not? What is some? You were mentioning Tesla on the daily. What is? That was a beautiful breakout there. Let's clean up this chart a little bit. You think we in green? What money's sitting on the sideline, Ghost? I've heard this argument for like months. All this money sitting on the sidelines. I keep hearing that, but I don't know what money people are talking about. Well.
I probably understand really bad with the wind.
Well, yeah, it was a little rough. Little wind.
There's been greener days.
Your mic's pretty rough there. I think the Calvary's coming to stream, guys. I don't know how much of the Calvary's coming, but I think they're coming. We'll see. I'm interested to hear what Jordan's trade was. I'll watch that video later tonight.
My assumption still sounds horrible. Can you understand me at all?
Your microphone, it sounds like you're standing on the beach right now with the wind blowing. I mean, if the market does start to top out, or at least like pull back and correct a little bit, and you're sitting in T-bills, would you not just stay in them? Ooh, Jordy, lug it in. Plug it in, Jordy. Get unmuted.
What's good, baby?
There he is. There he is.
Oh, I'm so pissed, bro.
Oh, I bet you are.
Fucking butthurt, dude. All I had to do was try it once more. Fuck.
Where's Eva at? We gotta send Eva the link.
Bro, I had everything correct. Just timing was a little off. And instead on my live account, the loss is decently small. Like on my funded, it's a little bit bigger. I'm like, fuck. We survived to trade another day.
I'm up so big.
Dude, you're up massive, aren't you? Oh, you guys sent me some screenshots.
It's
wild.
It's nasty. And the thing was, I guess I closed the futures trade forever ago. I made really good money on futures. But the puts that I had,
the puts are just
they're still up 700%. The ones I have left. There's the cat.
Hello.
Hello. What a day, huh? What a day.
Well, I was so pissed I paid for had did that short. I ran it a little bit, got out, and then re-entered and absolutely just got out way too early. It's okay. I'm just messing around trying to pass some evals right now. It's such a great price action.
Good thing. Good. Yeah. It is a great day for evals. or at least this afternoon. Apex still running that big sell I was telling everybody about, 80% off. Wolf X is the code over there. I would also keep your eye out. Usually on days like today in the market, there's a lot of prop firm sells happen this afternoon. Anybody that's been around the prop world, I would not be surprised to see multiple sells kick off this afternoon.
Tomorrow is also Black Friday sale, so extra discounts possibly tomorrow too with Code Wolf.
Yeah, and what I think Tradify was doing something tonight or tomorrow. So
tomorrow, yeah, they got a big event in Miami right now.
So a lot of the Black Friday stuff starts tomorrow for you guys. I never know. They earlier and earlier every week, or I mean every year. Like they start like I think I saw Walmart was already started for you guys Black Friday deals early. I'm saying you guys to Eva. She's in a different country as well.
Yeah.
No, I'm just glad that BMNR community leader Evan is here today.
BMNR, man.
Yo, it should sound better over here, right? You can hear me a little bit more?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah, you're audible.
I like how Evan say he's a stand-up guy. You know, he tweeted out he's a bag holder. That's okay.
Listen, if I'm gonna lose money, I'm gonna turn it into content, you know?
Yep.
You should, always.
Make sure you guys put this live on X and I'll retweet it and other stuff.
That's what I did today. I lost money, so I turned it into content. Feels good. What a day, though. I'm just glad to know I had the right idea and everything.
Yes, I've been there already. It's quite painful, but
I just needed to try it one more time too, and I was just done.
Yeah.
I was like, I could have tried it one more time. My risk allowed for it. It was fine, but I was just like, told myself, I was like, nah, I'm done. I'm just gonna film the video and be done with it. And then it goes. I'm like,
hey, like I feel like a lot of people. It was kind of tricky. It's all on the stream. David. It's all on the stream, and it's all like you can go back and watch. Anybody that's joining later today, you can go back and watch any of it if you want. But it just worked out perfectly for me. The way I worked myself into M&Qs. Added some when it went higher, trimmed them out when it came lower. Yeah. Added some more when it went higher, trimmed them back out. Built me a nice spot. I was confident we weren't going higher. And now I'm not going to sit here and lie to anyone and say I thought we were going to drop 1,000 points, because anybody that's telling you that is absolutely lying.
I had us going to London low. That was it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was like, London low, maybe previous day high.
I did have spots at New York session low and like these other lows that we dropped to. It's just I didn't think we were going to rug down there. I thought we would bounce at London low and then try and traverse from there, you know.
I had previous day high, and I had the data to back it. That was the spot. I closed out futures there. I held puts. Once we came down here, I closed out all my QQQ puts. And I held the SPY ones because SPY was the second one to move. I could have held all of that, to be honest. See if we can get 1,000% on these puts, and I have 2 left, so I can trim one at 1,000% and leave the other one for tomorrow if I want. Tommy dug out of the hole. Tommy went snorkeling like I like to do. Yeah, Jordan, I can imagine how you feel. I was so frustrated yesterday.
Yeah, but we move on. I played my plan. It's a great day still, and we'll make money tomorrow or next week. All goody. I'm really good at not caring, so I'll just forget about it and I'll be fine.
Oh, that's what I did yesterday. I literally was like, okay, I'll joke around about it. I'll wear it, you know, and then
before that though, I have to make a TikTok video about it real quick and talk about it one more time, and then I'm done.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Go and smash that like button, guys. Subscribe. Hit that notification bell if you haven't. We have some exciting stuff in the works for you guys. Yeah, who knows? Might be a surprise Christmas. Look at that. Evan gave the stream a like.
Yeah, well, we are low key. We are working on some giveaways. So maybe there will be a surprise Christmas, but I think maybe you're hinting out a little surprise show that might be coming on. Which, based on how Jordan's been doing stuff, he might be on every once in a while. We'll see.
Yeah.
I can't wait to have the West Coast guy on the London show.
That is what I am hinting at. That is what I'm hinting at.
You know what? You can always take the girl out of LA, but I think LA, I left my heart there. That's always the way. West Coast, best coast. Oh my god, Kevin was like, please don't give out free BMNR shares. That'd be hilarious.
Evan, you should post a thing of, like, with the car window broken out. Be like, I can't believe this. Somebody broke into my car and left 5 more BMNR shares in there.
I don't want. Maybe so. I'm dead retweet that stuff a lot, honestly.
Yeah, you got to be careful on the Tom Lee. I get that. What's up, Will?
What's up, everybody? I had to take a quick lunch break after that wild morning.
What a morning. Brent went to take care of some customers a while ago, or some clients, whatever.
Honestly, you know what?
We're having a great day over here on the stream.
What a day, because you know what? We talked about it right at the opening. I mean, I was like, this big gap up scares me. I'm like, if there's anything, I said watch it for a fade and just watch the internals. And all of a sudden, boom, about half hour, 45 minutes in, get a little selling, and then it just accelerated.
Who wants to relive this? I want to relive this.
It actually sold further straight down than I thought we'd stop at some levels, and we did not. It's just relentless.
Who's ready to relive today? Oh, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Oh, 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 oh,
oh,
oh no, oh.
So good.
The basketball hoop going, we needed it.
Waterfall.
Just a runaway train. Oh my gosh.
They rugged everybody. And Nvidia, they're talking right out of, you watch all the news, they're going, oh, it's such a great, you know, the AI trade is on and all this stuff, and they just rugged everybody.
Sell the news.
Yeah.
You know, I was, like I said this to the stream earlier, maybe some people joining later or whatever, but just because you guys weren't here. Yeah, I talked on Stocks on Spaces yesterday, talked to another space last night, and I talked about it this morning. The charts were so broken. The highest probability in my mind was like we're literally just back testing. Like you talked about this, Will, a couple times.
Yep.
Huge overhead supply. And Tesla was a perfect example of that. We're about to make a new low here, aren't we?
We are. That probably that 589.05 in the Qs is the October 10th low.
Yeah, no, we're going. It's all but decided. We're going to October's low. I'm sure Jordy's got some kind of model that says that, and we're almost there on NDX.
What, October low? To your point,
Yep.
What we were saying is there was so much overhead supply and like all these charts. Like if we don't get a big candle to the upside in the next couple days, like Tesla being one, Microsoft was the other one that broke that 495. Like we've been talking about this, like it makes it very difficult for the indexes to go higher when you're getting this chart structure breakdown on a big time frame.
There's a new low of day in Q. So on that, so like here's what I was looking at this morning. SPX, here's the S&P, right? Here's your previous all-time high. Here's where it tried to hold above a couple times. And then like here's the rejection here. Here's the hold. Here's the rejection again. Here's the back test and the rejection. NDX, same thing. Look at this. Rejection here, double rejection here. And then you get above it. You come back through it. Rejection, rejection, and another rejection there. Now, like I said, I don't think anybody can honestly say they expected a 1,000-point down day from the open, or 1,000-point
No.
range.
No.
Anybody that's claiming that, I have serious doubts about their credibility. I think they're lying too. But what I did was I looked at this and I said, okay, my highest probability is for a rejection, at least back to the previous day's high. That's based on data. I look at the chart and I'm looking at where it's rejecting. I'm looking at EMAs and stuff that we're finally back testing after losing. And I say, okay, I can buy my ticket on the train down, cover it where I'm supposed to, and leave some flyers. And those flyers on a day like today are massive. They're just absolutely massive.
Jordy, I see that October low is 24,158.50 area. Let's say 160.
Oh, Forbes, you are a dog. Absolute dog. Comes new lows. Now, the question is, does this go ahead and make that other leg down and finish that out? I mean, when I look at SPX, does this go 20 points lower and finish where it should? So that there's a gap fill down there? 550. And if you break this, you probably go straight there. I probably hit 1,000% on those spots today.
Yeah, we were looking at the earlier. I said the SPX 6700 puts like 15 minutes into the session. We're trading for like $2.80. They're at like $130.
Is that Mr. Nick Drendel?
Hey, how's it going?
It is fantastic. Boy, Nick, I didn't know that it was going to be this type of day when you when we scheduled you to come on today.
No, me neither. If we're going to be honest, I thought we were pretty pulled back to the downside, and then we had some good Nvidia earnings, and thought we were going to bounce from there. But then we got the positioning data came out, and they didn't sell anything over the past 2 weeks. So there's your chance to sell, I guess.
Yeah, that worked out for me. That was one of the comments, and I know you follow that a lot. So one of the things that when I was talking last night, there's a lot of guys that follow institutional positioning, and then they follow, like dealer positioning, gambling checks, and all that kind of stuff. And that, to me, that was the key piece. Like, okay, do they react to this and completely change their positioning? Because all the stuff that I had seen was it was still positioned to the downside. And you're saying you saw the data this morning, and it still looked really bad?
Still positioned to the upside. So NAIM right now, because the government had been shut down, we never got commitment of traders data, which gives you like a more granular look at like futures contracts. So unfortunately, we haven't had that in a couple months. Hopefully it comes back tomorrow, but we'll see. The thing that I was using was the NAIM Active Investors Exposure Index, and that's not a sentiment, that's like actual positioning. They take it as of Wednesday's close. And usually, like once we get over that 95% threshold, who else is left to go long? Like you could still go higher. They can go on leverage, and I've seen it up to like 115 before. But we hit 101 October 29th, and that was after the October 10th first like distribution bar, where to me the character of the market kind of changed. And they bid up everything into that expansion with all the money flowing into mega cap stocks. And then as we came under pressure, I thought we would see like a big unwind in positioning. In the first week, we kind of did. We went from 101 to 90. But then 2 weeks ago, we went from 90 to 88. And then this week, with all the distribution, I thought for sure we'd see something in the 70s. They dropped only 1% of their exposure.
Oh, so
they didn't sell anything.
So they're still interesting.
Which is crazy to me. Like, I think you're not doing your job correctly if you weren't like managing your risk and lowering exposure into this distribution. So they got the pop-up that they needed to take some profits off the table, and boy, have they.
Yeah. Just real fast, this is Nick Drindle hanging out with us. Here's his X right here. I just dropped it in both chats, both YouTube and X chats there. Make sure you go follow him, check him out. He's on our stock picks for the week show on Mondays. He's participating in a lot of different stuff, been around the markets. Nick, I love hearing about the data and stuff. I do want to get your take just in general, big picture of the market now. Like I've been fortunate to hear like step by step. Obviously, each Monday I get your updated thoughts. But for our audience over here, can you give me kind of your big picture thoughts right now?
Yeah. So
updated thoughts, I guess, with today's action.
Right.
Good time to give those, right?
I'm more of like a swing trader and then position trader if it allows it. I'm not like a big macro guy overall, but what we've seen has been a awesome bull market. Like one of the better ones, very similar to that 2020 where we had a flush and then big rally. No one thought that we would rally to the highs, and then they were basically shorting it all this way up. But once we got that bar on October 10th, that big distribution bar, that was the point where we started to see the what's a nice way to say this? The risk on type groups start to come under pressure. So first you had the like precious metal stocks get hit. Then you had the quantum stocks get hit. Then it was the nuclear names. Then eventually we had mega caps start to roll over. And then today was the memory stocks. So your MU, your SNDK, things that held up great recently, looked to be breaking to the upside. You could take a look at MU or SNDK. Both of those were set up pretty well.
MU.
Yeah.
SanDisk is down 17%.
Yes, sir. So in a market correction, which I don't know if this is like a correction or something bigger, like only time will tell. But in a market correction, you will get one group falling apart at a time. And that's exactly what we've had over the past two months or so, month and a half. And when that stops is anyone's guess. But I did a quick analysis of the NAIM positioning. And the only two times that we've...
I was gonna say, if you want to share your screen or show any visuals or anything, just hit that screen share. I'll toss it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Happy to share any of the visuals you've got going.
Sweet. Yeah, let me share.
We're getting close to that 65.50 or 65.58 in the SPX, so just keep an eye on that October 10th low.
There you go, right there. Yeah, I'll keep my eye on that as well. I am really curious. Where do you look up this data? First off, is this free to everyone? Is this a service that you use?
Free. I think I could put this. Can I add stuff to the chat as well?
The best way to go to the chat, you can either put it in that private chat and I can move it, or if you go to your YouTube, which I think would probably be the best case here, open up your YouTube, come to this live stream, drop it in the chat that way, and then what our audience can do when they see your name in the chat is go subscribe to your YouTube channel, because I know you got a lot of really good educational videos over there.
Great.
That would probably be the best case. Just pull up your YouTube, type in Wolf Trading, and drop it in the chat there.
Yes, I am doing that right now. So this is free to use. Here is the link. And the thing I love about NAIM is you can download their historical data for free. Sorry, I muted the other stream. Okay, so yeah, you can download this for free. It has data back until 2006. I don't know if the pool of traders have changed throughout that time. I assume they have. But recently, the only two times that we've seen their positioning over 85% while the NASDAQ is under the 50-day moving average was on, let me get back to it, was February 27th of 2025, or 25th of 2025, right before a steep decline. And then the other time was January 5th of 2022. Meaning the only two times after 2016 that we've had everyone on the long side while the market's breaking down, we've broken significantly further to the downside.
Interesting. I mean, that makes sense though, right? Because that's the risk factor. There's nothing to catch you. Like, there's no profit takeaway. It's just everybody's long, and if it goes the other way, then it's just that snowball.
Yep. And it would be different if we were seeing themes emerge, like actually participating in the rally, but we've seen theme after theme after theme drop off. So until you see some type of washout on positioning, at least into the 60s, or you see like an emerging theme come up and like add to, like right now, biotech's extremely strong, like even today, taking a little bit of heat, but biotechs have been extremely strong. XLV, the healthcare ETF, nice and tight price action. Outside of those two groups, oil and gas, a little bit, which are like if you're a growth stock trader, that's tough to trade because you're not used to those names.
To XLU.
Utilities, yeah. Like utilities into the 50-day. But one thing that I do every day is I have this ETF list, and I go through this every single day and I mark up my chart. And I try to understand where money is rotating in the market. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing anything to write home about. Like we have anything the average American touches and buys is in a major downtrend at this point. And we were only getting held up by a couple tech names, which they're using the liquidity on Nvidia's pop to sell off into. So I think a lot of traders will see this volatility, and if they're new to the market, and that could be like the past 3 years, because we've basically gone straight up the past 3 years. We had that little blip in March and April. But this type of volatility is not healthy when you take a look at the indexes, is not healthy for easy trend trading. Now, if you're a day trader, this is what you've been praying for, because this type of volatility is amazing. You can buy as it's extended to the downside, sell into the pops. But if you're kind of like a can slim type investor or a swing trader, when the indexes get volatile, you should be doing way less trading and way lower position sizing, not taking breakouts. I think a lot of people are probably giving back a lot of their gains this past year, just in the past 6 weeks. And that's what needed to happen.
Well, how many people got sucked in this morning? It did need, yes, I agree. Did need that. A lot of people, I mean, the AI trade, it's back. Nvda, the numbers were great, all this stuff. And I think a lot of people got sucked in this morning. And that's why the carnage is so bad today. And like what you were saying, everyone was on the long side. If everybody's on the same side of the teeter-totter, that's where that thing, everybody starts jumping off at once.
Yeah. And like I came into today bullish because I was talking to Ariel, who I run a trading service with last night, and I was like, I'm too bearish. Like I was posting about the Spotify chart starting to break into a stage 4 downtrend. What was the other one? Netflix, another like retail stock breaking into a stage 4 downtrend. We already had Costco there. So I was like, the average American consumer is done. Like all these stocks are going into downtrends. And I caught myself and I was like, all right, you're getting like really bearish here. Maybe it's time for a bounce, because you do get bounces in corrections. But sentiment, like actually like how you feel, means very, very little when positioning is still so heavy. And until that positioning unwinds, we're going to see a lot of volatility and more likely room to the downside.
Yeah. I look at, so my thought process going into today, and I talked about this, me and Stock Talk, we're going back and forth yesterday on Stocks on Spaces, and we were kind of on the same page that a lot of these charts were so broken that even the pop, gap up today was a back test into a lot of things, honestly. And anybody that was like maybe still concerned about the big picture of things, that was their chance to get out, right? Anybody that was late to shorting was waiting on the next pop to maybe short. And then it seems like a lot of people were long and went longer, and that leverage is probably what really started to unwind today.
Yeah, like
it's interesting. Have you traded much today?
No, I bought CSIQ yesterday. This was like an A+ setup for my system, is pullbacks into support gaps, and like I use the 20-day EMA. After stock makes new highs, that's a very good risk reward spot. And I thought I nailed it. I was so excited. I was like, this is my A+ trade. This was the first trade I actually put on more than 5% position on in the past couple weeks. And when my A+ setup is acting like this and I get stopped out, you just know it's in for a bad time. I also tried coin like right at the beginning of the day as it took out the previous day's high. Thought this would be like a mean reversion play with the with Bitcoin kind of flushing and then bouncing, and I got stopped out in about 5 minutes on that one. And then that was my
Bitcoin's
day.
making new lows right now.
I did get stopped out of PBF today as well. I picked it up yesterday on the undercut and reclaim here. Got stopped out very quickly.
Do you trade any options against your positions that you're on? Do you sell calls or anything? You're just outright.
Yeah, no. Options are too complex for me. I used to work in the insurance industry, and we had an exam about options on the actuarial exam track. And after that exam, I was like, I'm never trading these. It's like you just have to get so many things right in order to profit. And
yeah,
I would
the
rather
timing, the strike, the theta.
I would rather
I
lower
think
the threshold to of my trading skills to profit in the market as low as I can. Like make it as easy as possible. But I know you can make a killing on options if you do it right.
I just think for people, anybody that's you got a position on, and if you just think about it as simple as, if you let's say you're long in this position, for me, I see something that breaks down, I still like the position that I'm in. I may try to sell some short-term calls to cut the delta or cut the debit in my trade to just try and trim up the deltas a little bit, to try and, cushion the downside or the upside on the other side. You sell puts against the position that you're short or whatever. Just some basic strategies to try to do that on swing trading, because I do that. I position trade as well, and I try to build a core position. I like the levels that I'm at, and I may trade options around that just to cover some of the delta either way.
Yeah, so vast majority of my trading is done in my retirement accounts, so there's no penalty of just like taking a trade off and then adding it back. So because of that, I think the only reason why I would trade options in my brokerage account is if I'm trying to hold something for more than a year and get that tax benefit. But what I'm comfortable with trading is kind of that middle range where I'm gonna pay the taxes on it anyway. So I would rather just take a portion of the position off and manage risk that way.
I like you're mostly just trading equity. You're keeping it simple, and I think more people should at least start that way and try that. And it seems like you've obviously found your stride there, and that's where you're comfortable, and it's where you're very successful doing it. And a lot of people come into the market, they want to chase the 1,000% gainers and the different options, plays and strategies and stuff. But I love the example here that you make consistent money and consistent good trades. You have your systematic approach, and you're just doing it with equity. You're not doing it with any crazy options or any crazy leverage or anything like that. What does your typical position look like? You mentioned a 5% position here on this trade.
Yeah, so early on in a new uptrend, when you get what's called a follow-through day, we could bring this back to the Qs. Basically, what you would look for is a reversal extension. So people panic out, you bounce, you pull back, put in a higher low, and then build a pivot. Once you break through that pivot, that's usually the best time to get aggressive on the long side with whatever stocks had shown the best relative strength. So during those periods, I will try to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe 20% positioning on a trade. But it really boils down to portfolio risk for each trade. And for me, that's your trade, your position size. So if you have a 100K account, you're putting 20K into a trade, that would be a 20% position size. So you take your position size, multiply it by your trade risk, which is just your entry divided by your stop, or stop divided by entry. I forget which, but so you put the trade on at $100, your stop is at 95. That's a 5% risk. Multiply that by your 20% position size. There's 1% of your portfolio. For me, the sweet spot is a 0.5%. So if things are just going steady, I'm usually taking about a 0.5% portfolio risk per trade. And because I like to trade pullbacks, like that CSIQ example, I got in on the undercut and reclaim of the support gap. And my stop was tight enough to where a 10% position size on, I think it was a 4% trade risk, that was 0.4%. And that was the largest portfolio risk that I've taken in the past like 3-4 weeks. Now, in the beginning of a new uptrend, when I do get traction on trades, I can up that up, but never over 1%. That's usually when my emotions get a little too heavy and I start doing stupid stuff. That 0.5% to 1/4% trade or portfolio risk per trade is the sweet spot for me.
I like that because you're defining your risk, you're keeping the emotion side out of it, you're systematic about the approach, and you can approach every trade pretty much the same. Now, it does sound like every once in a while you have maybe a little bit higher confidence set up here or there. You say, okay, well, 10% or 5%, based on, some of it can be based on what? On market conditions too, right?
Yep.
Right now, VIX is crazy high. We're obviously in a pullback and stuff, but a month ago, 2 months ago, even 3 months ago, it was a much different scenario, I'm sure, as well for you.
Yeah, like off the 50-day moving average, like the first time you test the 50-day on the indexes, and then that's usually a good risk reward spot for the general market. Then you start to look at what the leading themes are and then the leading stocks within those themes. And if you can continually narrow it down and kind of build an edge, there's still going to be risk. You still have to manage that with a stop, but that's the way I would rather trade. And another thing is like your past trade results, at least for me, I like to factor that into my portfolio risk on each trade. Because back in October, like I had a streak of about 9 or 10 long side losses in a row. So at that point, like I went 0.5, 0.45, 0.4, 0.3. I think at one point it was like 0.1% portfolio risk because I just wasn't gaining traction on the long side. So either I'm not seeing the market right, the market's not right, or the market right now just doesn't fit my system. And in either scenario, that does not give me any reason to trade larger.
Yeah, one thing you said earlier is all about position sizing and don't overtrade. Those are the two things that I think are just so important that you just nailed. Is that you pick your spots, don't overtrade, and make sure you have the right position size.
Yeah, if you do those things, you're going to survive the tough times. And all you have to do is survive the tough times, and then you can profit on the easy times.
I think that's the tougher part, right? The tougher side of things. Finding ways to make money in the market, I think, is easier than finding ways to keep it and not lose it.
Yeah,
most people go backwards in their head when they're learning, but that to me, the harder part is holding on to it after you make it.
For sure, especially when we're conditioned in such a nice uptrend where everything works, every pullback is viable, and that's something that does take like multiple market cycles to start to understand and like start to see like the cracks in the uptrend. Where we were talking on Spaces where we got into this acceleration phase where we got support at the 50-day, then pulled back into the 20, then the 10, the 5. This was your big warning sign. Like this was a character change in the market. And if this is your first upcycle, this is all brand new to you and you're going to give back way more your first time through something like this. But the best thing to do right now, instead of over trading a market that you might not be familiar with, is close your trading account, open up something that you can't trade with, like TradingView, DeepView, whatever you want, and actually study what happened over the past 2 months. Where were the warning signs? Where was the groups starting to weaken? When did we start to see gap ups getting sold off? For me, Palantir was another big warning sign early on because they had phenomenal earnings, and they gapped down. When good news is being sold off into, that's a sign after an insane move from like what $9 to $200. After that type of move, this is price to perfection. People are going to use any type of pop to short or to liquidate their positions. And thankfully, like this is one that I do have a short position in. It's only like 5%, but it is paying off nicely today, covering up some of the losses I had earlier.
What is your like risk reward on the other side look like? So if you take a trade like this one, for example, or I guess any just kind of middle of the pack example, you're risking, 0.5% basically of your entire portfolio. I love your approach to set your risk based on your portfolio size, not based on like, oh, my position's down 20%, or a lot of people are like, okay, if it goes against me 20%, I'm done. That's more in options or anything, but everyone does things different there. But you're trading this style, you're risking what, 0.5% basically of your total portfolio. But what's it look like on the winning side? Like, what's your normal like take profit of that? Is it when the trade is over, or,
Yeah, so
or do you have like a set like move that you look for?
Yeah, great question. It's very market dependent, and also kind of like my recent trade result dependent. So in a uptrending market where I've already gotten traction, my account's making new highs, win rate is relatively higher, my trade duration is above average. That means things are working. I will try to sell about a third of my position. I break it up into thirds. Sell a third into a first like 3-day pop. That will eliminate all the open risk on the trade. And then with that last 2/3, I'll be more patient. And this is still something like in good times, I still sell stuff too early. That's like my weakness as a trader that I need to work on. But in good times, I should be holding that 2/3 move until we close below the 20-day EMA, something like that. In a market environment that changed here, where we're obviously like, I would say somewhere around here, it was correction time, and I wasn't gaining any traction on the long side. I'm selling a third into maybe 2 times my risk, 3 times my risk. I'm getting my stop to break even as quickly as possible, and I'm basically just trying to buy these like or these cheap lottery tickets on positions just to see what's working in the market. Because if I can't gain traction on the smaller position sizes that I eliminate the risk on automatically, you're just not going to make a lot of money in the market.
Yeah, I love that. I love the peek into your process here a little bit, and I'm sure if people do want to dive deeper, follow you. They definitely need to go follow you, check out your YouTube stuff, and I know you have a service there. Ariel was supposed to come on with us on Tuesday, and I think things got a little crazy for him or something. We'll get him on here soon as well. What was I was going to ask you another question, and guys, if you in the chat, if you have any questions you want to ask Nick, experienced trader here, about his style, his approach, his thoughts on anything, please go ahead, drop those in the chat. Nick, that SanDisk short that you picked on the Stock Pick show should be doing very well, but I don't know if the MSTU is gonna unwind it a little bit for you.
Yeah, and this is a trade I did take on the 18th. Little ugly close, gap up, opening range break. It was profitable, and then stopped me out the next day. And when you trade these like extension moves to the downside, you have to stay on the right side of the daily VWAP, because if you don't, like, all the bad things that can happen to you will happen below the daily VWAP if you're trying to trade a bounce, and all the good things that will happen when price is above the daily VWAP. So really unfortunate to have the trade go up.
That was like
5%. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say was real fast. What you said, I think maybe I'm lagging on my end. That's probably my fault. No, what I was going to say, you mentioned that the other day, and it just makes me think of like when my dad used to tell me like nothing good happens after midnight. Like nothing good happens, in certain directions below or above VWAP. Do you use a normal VWAP or use an anchored VWAP somewhere? Like which VWAP are you using?
I think it's just the normal one. Definitely not an anchored one. It's just whatever the average price of the current day is. I do turn pre-market on, so any pre-market trading does get calculated into that.
I got you.
It's not like a magic indicator by any means, but in these extensions,
it's like it can be that simple though. I know a lot of people that like they simplify it down to say like, look, and Maple Stacks comes on here a lot. He's a very good momentum trader, day in and day out. And if price is below VWAP, he really only wants to look for shorts unless there's some kind of obvious reversal. If prices, below, or I mean above VWAP, he's like, okay, I probably want to look more on the long side unless there's like a reversal look, break a structure, and then VWAP becomes a target, which is that's how I trade a lot of times too. If I play reversals, VWAP is one of my main targets. Take me back to the average, revert to the mean for the day. There's a question here from Jack. What is your signal for entry? So if you're setting up these trades, you mentioned like a gap in the daily, maybe a reclaim of that or a push above it once it kind of dips into something. But what's your kind of signal to say, hey, this is what I'm looking at taking?
Yeah, so my favorite trade to take is an undercut and reclaim of what I've termed a support gap. And on my YouTube channel, I think this past Friday, I did a video about how to buy undercut and reclaims and other entry tactics to use during a market correction. But the one that I most recently took, and here's a failed example to show you that it doesn't work every single time. But you have a stock that has the ability to make a massive move. CSIQ went up from $9 up to $33, just incredible volume. And at this point, the battery names really started working, and CSIQ, which is a solar name, said we're going to be doing batteries as well. That got the push higher. Now, I don't want to buy the stock extended, especially when the market's in a downtrend or choppy environment itself. So I won't buy it up here. I'll wait for a pullback into a support gap, which is just a gap up that has been tested intraday. So for this one, we had a gap from November 5th to November 6th. We tested it the next day. Buyers stepped in at that level. So I'll have evidence that buying support has happened at that price. So now I wait for the pullback. And what I loved about yesterday's entry was this pullback isn't happening while the market's railing. It was happening after multiple days of the market pulling back. So I thought, great risk reward spot. We undercut the low of the support gap, reclaim the low. That's the entry that I would use. And then because we were so close to the 20-day, I just used my stop under that level. So it was a little bit wider stop than I usually take on a trade like this. But that's usually the trade. And in the best, if the market is not going to crash, these spots on liquid leaders are usually really, really great risk reward spots. We saw it with SNDK earlier on in the year, a big move up, pull back into the 10-day moving average in the support gap, little undercut and reclaim right there. Very tight risk, and then a nice uptrend. Unfortunately, the market itself is just weak. It's looking for liquidity, obviously. So you have to have a plan to get out, because no matter how good the setup is, you can be wrong. And if you can't accept that, that's how you're going to blow up your account.
The next question I've got here, how many trades are you monitoring at peak times? How many trades are you ever in at one time?
I would say at most in a good environment, it would be like 12 is the max. And usually once I hit 12, it's like time for a market pullback. If I've gotten 12 names to work well. My sweet spot, I would say, is between like 4 and 7, 4 and 8 names.
Yeah, I was curious. I was doing some math there. I was like, okay, well, if he's taking 10% portfolio size or something like that, I was like, okay, well, there's about a max that you can even hit, but most people never, you're never like 100% in positions, right? You usually have some type of catch there. So that's a good question there. I was curious of that myself.
Yeah, and because I trade in my retirement accounts, there's no leverage. So like once I hit 100%, I'm maxed out.
Yeah. No more buying power.
Yeah.
I like that. As we come through today, I'm curious, is there anything that's like on your watch list right now? Anything that you're like monitoring? For me, I'm looking at this going, okay, today's a wild day, obviously. For swing trades, I'm still like, I've been a little gun shy anyway, but I feel like I may even need a few more days to like really feel comfortable about some swing trades. There's a few probably the short side that maybe appetize me a little bit more, but I'm just curious what all you have. Is this your watch list I'm seeing here?
This was the watch list coming into the day. We had a couple mean reversion trades MSTR and Coinbase, obviously those failed right away. This GEV, like it did look great. I think at this point in the market, we just have so much volatility. And although sentiment is probably pretty negative after today, positioning is still like too long. I think the best trades, if you have to trade in this market, are going to be undercut and reclaims, or like a gap down, shake out of a key level. And time frame would have to be way shorter than typical, because we are going to get bounces in the market, like that is going to happen at some point. But I don't see any themes starting to emerge outside of biotech and healthcare. So
that was my next question. I'm like, okay, I feel like we've come through all the themes and we've come through all like the good news. And that was, I had this thought I've put out there a few times that the market's going to keep running and rotating until it runs out of like good news. And then that's where the pullback will probably start to happen. And that's what we're starting to see here. And it's like, do you get excited about biotechs or some of these safety plays or some of these value names? I mean, Casey's up here hanging out with us, and he's been making money on Pepsi and some names like that. There's always opportunity somewhere. But I'm curious if any of those are appetizing to you, or if you're going, okay, maybe I just play some shorts and short some of these overextended themes. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do personally.
Yeah, so individual biotechs, I don't like to trade those, but a trade that I did take recently was LABU, which is the leveraged version of XBI, but very similar setup. We had an extension. We pulled back into the 20-day moving average. We bounced at a gap zone that showed that buying support has happened there before. There's evidence of that. And then we had the undercut and reclaim on November 7th. That was the buy point as we reclaim that support gap low. And it's working. Like I trimmed a little bit on the 12th to eliminate the open risk on the trade. And now we'll see what happens with it. It's showing great relative strength, but in a tough market, they eventually do come for everything.
You ever trade gold? I don't know if this is a straight up question, but I've yeah. So I think when I see you going after a short trade, it's a very similar setup to the way I do shorts. Is okay, this is really overextended, and it's showing kind of a topping breaking structure where it's just like way overextended, something like that. And it's like, okay, I'm just trying to short it back down to where it was. But the gold trade has been very interesting. I don't know if you've been looking at that, but right now, big bounce holding the same level it's held multiple times in that previous consolidation. If there's a chart that doesn't look broken, it's gold. When I look around, there's like some bunch of broken charts. The gold chart looks still pretty decent.
Yeah, not bad at all. And that's kind of like usually a defensive area of the market, but like we had
well, that's the question this year. Is gold like a defensive trade? Is it an offensive trade? Is it a flight to safety? I mean, forever it was a flight to safety, but it's been a risk on this year almost in a way. I don't know. There's so many different macro things going around with gold.
Yeah, and I am not a macro expert. I trade price and volume. But by going through my like themes each day, the ETFs here, gold and gold miners, like this is a pretty perfect like base back here. Support at the 50, support at the 50, 50, like add the support gap. Another higher low off the 50, and then you get a nice easy
beautiful
trend.
one.
Yeah, so like you can make money on like slower moving names. The only thing, the downside to that is your time. Like I think there's a huge ROI in taking time away from the screen when the market environment just doesn't fit what you do or what you want to do in the market, and then just opening up like a list of, hey, what are I've got my historical studies, the 2015 doublers, stocks that doubled. What about the stocks that doubled in 2023 and 2024? Can I mark up those charts, see where I can enter on shakeouts, what my position sizing would be, what would my risk be? Way more benefit down the line of doing the hard work right now when the market environment doesn't fit your trading style than saying oil and gas is going to make me rich now. I'm going to learn how to trade oil and gas or gold. Or
go trade some crude oil, some lean hog. You really get deep in the weeds if you want.
That's a great question you pulled here, by the way.
This is a fantastic question, and Nick, I would love for you to tackle this. And anybody else that's on stage, if you want to toss in some thoughts after Nick, feel free to jump in. I'm hanging out here. Nick Drindle, those of you that are coming in the stream, I see the number going up a little bit there. So hanging out with Nick Drindle here. I'll make sure and pin his link again. Great trader. Love getting a look into it. Nick, thanks for joining us today. But this question right here, can you explain your thought process on when you're up on a trade, but price action looks weak? It starts going against you, and when to get out, trailing stop, that kind of stuff. What's your signal to get out of one of these type of trades?
Yeah, so I will sell a third into strength on the initial move. So let's take this XBI trade. First, I want to see, like, is it a leading theme in the market? I'm always trying to trade the leading themes. If I'm doing my job right, the money is in those spots. If I'm doing my job wrong, I'm getting stopped out of those trades. But this one, like, I got in with a really nice tight entry. If we were going to go lower and take out November 7th low, like, that's my stop, and I would have been stopped out. I would have lost money. I lose money all the time. The win rate does not have to be very high to make money in the market overall. After a couple days move up, and then we started to stall a little bit on November 12th, I sold a third into strength. It eliminated the risk that I took on this trade. And at this point, I was just trying to, like, always check for warning signs, which is high volume reversals, close under key moving averages. I've got the 5-day, and that's more of just like an acceleration trend. But closes under the 10-day, closes under the 20-day. That'd be like the first kind of warning sign. But because this has been holding up so well in a tough market, I really want to sit on this trade as long as I can, and as long as it's acting well. Now, because we've already seen a push away from my average, my stop is going to be a soft spot stop. I'm not going to use a hard stop. I do have a hard stop, like, at this low, God forbid. But I would track it each day to see, like, hey, are we seeing heavy volume selling, ugly closes under key moving averages that we follow through to the downside on? Are we seeing other names with it? Like, this is an ETF, but if I was trading, like, say I was long SNDK still into today, we've seen a couple warning signs here with our first gap down. Trends do not change until you get an unfilled gap in the opposite direction. We tested that gap and rejected there. So sellers are present. I'm starting to build a couple warning signs. We tested that, failed, and then we gapped lower the next day, third warning sign. And then you can look at the other stocks within the group. In MU, same type of price action, starting to get a little wide and loose. WDC, another gap down, starting to get a little shaky here. And if I was in this from lower, I would definitely have held into today, because this has been a monster stock, been a leading stock in the market in the leading theme. Unfortunately, today we got the gap up on Nvda, and this did not react. It was up.
Yeah, didn't gap up.
Yeah. So, like, while a lot of the other stocks in the group, WDC, STX, they gapped up, like,
there's the gap up. MU is another one that I know a lot of people around our spaces and streams have been watching.
Yep. And then STX, another name in that group, gapped up quite a bit. So now you're like, okay, we know in corrections they take a group out at a time to the downside. We've started to see one warning sign, two warning signs, three warning signs, a little relative weakness against the group on what should be good news. And then once you lost, like, today's or yesterday's low, I probably would have trimmed a little bit, because you would have lost that support gap as well. And then into the 200 or the 20-day EMA, maybe you wait until the close to see if we could, like, close back above. But at this point, I think the trade would have been over if I was long this.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I like that. What's your typical, and do you have a typical hold time, or is it literally just like, I mean, I don't know how many times you take a day trade, or if you're mostly doing swing trades. Obviously the best case scenario is when a swing trade basically turns into a day trade. That's, like, absolute best case scenario. But what's your, like, average hold time on some of these trades? I mean, like in this one, you could have been in for a long, long time, right?
You should have been, yeah. I unfortunately was not in this, so I was looking for warning signs to short it. But my losers, I hope to day trade my losers. I hope I get stopped out immediately on trades that are going to stop me out. on average, it's 2 days for my losing trades. Usually I do get like a bounce at a key area, and then I get stopped out the next day on just like follow through weakness. And then on the winning trades, it's market dependent, but usually between that like 4 and 6 week range, if I'm handling things well. Again, I sell things too early. That is my major flaw as a trader. So something that I'm
I think a lot
trying
of
to
people.
improve on.
I think a lot of people feel you on that one. I'm very similar to that too. Like, and because I would like. I mean, you call it paper hands, whatever you want to call it. But because I would sell too early, a lot of times, I adjusted my trading style and my sizing to like have automatic trims at like a quicker first target, a medium second target, and then really try to let the runners work for me. And that's what helped fix it for me. I don't know if that's a similar way that you're approaching it, but I think a lot of people struggle with that same thing.
For sure. And that's where like having written rules, like you just said, will definitely help any trader in something that like right now I've got that 1/3 after the first 3 days push, and then try to trail it on the 20-day if I'm doing my job getting into liquid leaders in the leading themes. But still something I struggle with.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing as a trader. And how long have you been trading now, Nick?
I mean, like I started putting on trades when Robinhood came out, like my junior year of college, about 10 years ago now. Oof. But really, I took it seriously kind of at the end of 2019. I made my YouTube channel, and I was like, I think I'm the worst trader there ever has been in trading. So let me just document like what I'm doing. So hopefully I get embarrassed doing the wrong things over and over again. And eventually I was like, this is what I'm learning. That's how I started the YouTube channel. Met some good people at the Trader Line group, worked with them for a couple of years, and now joined up with Ariel and learned a ton from him. He's a monster trader.
Oh yeah, I love Ariel. We're gonna get him on here. Like I said, something came up on Tuesday. He was supposed to come on, but we'll get him on here soon. I would love to hear a little bit more of that backstory of you got into you kind of started playing around with it, but I love doing deep dives into like how did you find out what type of trader you are? Was it? I mean, is it through that trial and error that you kind of said, okay? I mean, did you try options at some point? I'm sure you probably did, and you said, okay, yeah. So, what was that progression like to say, hey, this is who I am as a trader, and this is where I'm comfortable and where I'm going to find success?
Yeah. So I out of college, I worked as an actuary for an insurance company. So risk management has always been like something that I hopefully like have a better understanding about.
It's like in your DNA, right?
Hopefully, right? But like anyone, I tried buying stocks in downtrends because I heard, hey, weak stocks or cheap stocks, like they're on sale, might as well buy. And then I tried options and I lost a bunch of money there. And then really 2018 was February 3rd, 2018 was what turned it around for me. The leveraged or inverse leveraged volatility index, XIV, XIV, went straight up, went from $6 to 124. So I was like, oh, this is something that just goes straight up. I put all my money into it. And then February 3rd, we had the Volmageddon or whatever it was called. It dropped from 124 to $4 overnight. Lost my entire account. A bunch of my friends, we were all trading it. We all lost all of our money. It was just a brutal day. And I took like 3 months off of the market after that point. I was like, I don't know if this is really for me. Like, it was really dumb, for sure dumb. But I took 3 months off.
Back.
What's that?
I said the market always brings it back. You got to get back on your feet. It goes, just in what you're saying, like when situations happen like that, and you look at the positions you have on, and it's really all about, like you said, risk management. It's position sizing. It's knowing when to get out, when you're wrong, in abiding by those rules. You see so many newer traders will get in and they will ride a position way too long. They let the losers get way too big, and typically they cut winners too early. And like Ryan was saying, I was guilty of cutting winners early as well. And kind of the one thing is is I scale into a position. I like to scale out of it and let the runners kind of go on their own, you know, and use a trailing stop for those people. But that's one way to help fix. But it goes back to, again, position size is key. Stay small, because the goal is to stay alive in your trading account. If you blow up your account, you're not going to make it. So there's no reason to swing, you know, big numbers. I mean, you can still make, you know, days like today, you could take a small put position. It can turn into, you know, 1,000%. So just stay small and try to pick your spots and not get overly aggressive. That's where traders blow up.
Completely agree. And that's like part of the downside of social media trading is like you see people up 1,000% a day and all this stuff. And in reality, like you don't know what size they're trading. You don't know how much they lost the day before. Like we're highlighting winners and hiding
Exactly.
losses. So the best thing you can do is just say like, hey, I want to improve my process each day. I want to improve my process each week, not like the trade results themselves. And that's not a sexy thing to say. That won't get a lot of clicks, but like, unless you're going to die tomorrow, you don't need to make 1,000% today. Like, if one thing that I say in the trading room is if you miss a trade or if you screw something up, losses happen, mistakes happen, and breaking your rules, they do happen. But you have to give yourself a little bit of grace to say, I broke my rules, so that's it for the day. I'm closing my laptop, not doing anything. And then I'm drinking more water. I'm going for a run. I'm getting to sleep early so I can live one day longer to take the next trade that sets up. But if you keep pressing the gas when you're wrong, it's going to be much more painful and takes you so much more time to get back to where you were, both dollar-wise and mentally. Do things a lot slower than you expect, and things will work out way better for you.
Gosh, I preach. You could say that again for the people in the back. I love what both of you just said right there. Couple more questions that have rolled in here. Do you have any so we've talked a lot about trading. I'm assuming you have some type of long term as well. Do you have any like longs in this market, whether they're trades or maybe they're long term type of holds that you do like right now, and that maybe are catching your eye? Or I'm looking at this. There's a few names that I'm nibbling, but I really want the market to kind of steady before. I mean, I've got some names in mind. I've got my shopping list, but I don't know if I'm like ready to just buy a bunch of stuff just yet. But I'm curious your thoughts on that question.
Yeah, because like I do almost all my trading in my retirement accounts. I don't hold anything long term. My wife's account will kind of do a moving average type trade and try to stay a little bit more invested just in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. My HSA account is in the S&P 500. I don't touch that. But outside of that, I would rather like have the risk management in my own hands and like I've been through enough downtrends and pullbacks and stuff to where I know I can manage the risk on the downside a little bit better than just like dollar cost averaging. I do miss out on massive moves higher, but my equity curve is going to be smoother, and really, like, that's what matters.
Everybody wants to call bottoms and call tops. Like, take the meat of the move. I mean, 2022 was brutal for so many people, right? Where it just downtrended for months. It was like 10 months or 11 months. It was just down. And like DCA, like some people, I know a lot of people that, and I got a little ahead of myself. I was like, okay, I'm gonna start DCAing. We're down, we're down 15%. We're down 20%. It's a bull market, and boy, 2022, yeah.
This was the chart that taught me not to DCA.
Yeah, so those pops, even like the big pop right in the middle that came. Which EMA is that? Which EMA is
50
that?
day. 50 day simple.
Yeah, so 50 SMA right there. Yeah, so that one, like a lot of, and it looked like for a day or two there, you were reclaiming those lows to the left, and you were going to break through the 50 day. You got some upward momentum on some of the shorter term moving averages, and you're like, okay, I missed the bottom. I need to start buying now. And then look how much of a better opportunity was even lower. There was a lot of people DCAing in 2022 that it took them a long time to get out of that. And if you use margin, you're really setting yourself up for some rough times.
Ryan, to your point too, like when you look at that chart, if you just pull that back up, like the one thing that can keep you on the right side of majority of them is moving averages. Like they're still sloping down, and even when they rallied to that area, they're still down sloping. Like if you fast forward to like the July area, July, August, where they start to go sideways a little bit, and you start to get into where they base and you try to get some price structure. I mean, even that could have faked out early on, but you really try to keep the moving averages on your side, and you're under the 200 day. Like until you try to get some type of test of that or reclaim, like the trades are always usually to the short sides if you're below, and to the long sides if you're above them. So like you look in early 24, that's a perfect example. We broke above it, you get some retests, and then you stay above the shorter term moving averages with an upward sloping 200 behind you. Like these are the areas where you want to buy pullback. And now it takes us to where we are today, and you say, look at where we are. We've broke below the 50. You have things turning over. We're probably more going to be in a market that you're going to start to want to, like, this is a chart. If you get a rally in this, I'm probably a seller. And I'm going to sell it until I get some reclaims of some key moving averages.
Yeah, I think that's exactly like what people should be doing. Like if you've never heard of stage analysis by Stan Weinstein, that's something that everyone should look up, because big picture, that's going to keep you on the right side of trends. And this is something like we've talked about with Costco a bunch and SFM, but you have your stage 2 uptrend where the 50 is above the 200-day, price is above both, nice and easy, moves to the upside. When things get mixed after 1,000% move to the upside, that's when you should start, like for longer term positions, start to get a little worried. And then you break this structure to the downside. Now you have all moving averages in the incorrect order, 200 above the 50, above the 20, above the 10, the 5, and all of them are downtrending. Like this has structurally changed. And
pull up Microsoft real quick, because that's one we've been talking about that thing's really clean. Like you had that structure at like 495, and you have this big, and then now you have all this overhead supply. So like to the right in the last week or so, like you've had a breakdown below it. You had a retest of it, the last couple days. But once you break down and you retest the bottom of those areas, if they don't hold, those are short setups. And like, I don't see a long in Microsoft until maybe get towards that 200, see how it acts there. But I'm not just going to blindly buy it. I'm going to look at the price structure first, see if we bounce, so we get some, bullish activity, and then you go in and buy.
And look at the kind of warning signs before the top. Like you gapped up on earnings, they use that liquidity to sell into. And then you go sideways while the market rips higher, gap up again on earnings, sells into, lower high into the 50, like you said. Like this is a bad sign for the market. When the liquid leaders like that, like Palantir.
Palantir looks so bad today.
Yeah, it looks good to me, but
yeah, the other one is like
yeah. Looks downside to me. Maybe not bad is the term.
Yeah, Tesla was the other one that I thought was a clean break. We called that out in the morning stream, and I just said like this move right up to that mid 420s. I talked about it yesterday and the day before. I said if we get a move there, I'm shorting it. Moving averages are rolling over. You have a huge supply above you, and here we are. That's at one point was a 25-30 point trade just for the day.
Yeah, great trade too. Like right at a key spot. You can manage your risk super tight. And if it fails, this is the start of something that could really like trickle down. Great trade. Thanks for posting that link. And we are doing a Black Friday sale. So you get your either first month for 25% off, or if you want to do the annual option, 25% off with the code Turkey25.
Ooh, Turkey25. Hold on. Let's make sure and get that in the chat for everyone here. I did pin in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna, what is it? Turkey code Turkey25. There we go. And this is in the YouTube chat. If you're on X, let me see if I can. There's the link right there, and you heard Turkey25. Get that on, because we're on both streams. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, if you want to hang out with Nick and Ariel, is it the two of y'all, or are there other people? I mean, I don't want to short sell your room here.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other traders in there. We're the two that live stream like a majority of the day. But then we do have like Will Clement, who's a top U.S. investing champion. He's I think in second place right now. Ted Zhang, Connor, they're in there as well. So lots of great traders, lots of great resources. We do the live stream almost all day. Ariel goes basically all day. I usually trade the first 2 hours and we'll hop in and on like after that. And then we just kind of go through what we're seeing. Ariel does a great job, and I hope myself as well, with tracking the industry ETFs and really trying to see where money is flowing to, what the type of market environment that we're in right now, so we can adjust our trading to that. Because if you're just going back to the well on the stocks that worked after October 10th, you probably gave back a lot of gains and probably were really frustrated. But if you saw the emerging trends in healthcare, in biotech, and we saw each theme start to break down one at a time, you can short those names that are extended to the upside, long the new emerging themes. Today's probably still kind of a give back day, obviously, but you're going to survive if you just.
You're going to survive.
Down.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said that. I've said that before, like on here. It's just like it's so much about during the volatile times staying alive to be able to continue trading. There's so many people that blow up. I brought this. I mean, back we were on stream. I think around the October 10th time frame. Like you're seeing all these people blowing up these Bitcoin accounts and super leveraged and losing crazy money. And I'm just like, the goal is like to trade for a long time, and you got to stay alive to do that. And you're going to get a trade wrong, but like if you blow your account up and you don't have the liquidity to keep going, then you're done. You're going to be done trading. So the goal is to stay, keep the size small when volatility's high. If you're newer, the three things that I would say: use moving averages. If they're rolling over, if they're pointing down or your price is below them, they're probably not great spots to be picking longs. Look at the sectors. So I talk a lot about each sector and how each of those charts look. Are they breaking down? Because those all make up the S&P. So if you start looking at each sector and where they are relative to those moving averages, that can help you. The third is look at the biggest weighted stocks, how they're acting. And the fourth one that I like to talk about a lot is credit. Like I look at junk bonds, I look at HYG. I try to see where credit spreads are going, because credit's usually an indication of weakness, which we've seen that break down in the last 3-4 weeks anyways. I mean, that was another warning sign just before the market started selling as well.
Yeah, it's putting the pieces of the puzzle together, right? That's the fun part about the market and trading.
And
I don't
then
think there's
the other
a more fun game out there.
The other thing too is when you do that, when you put each of those pieces together, like these moves, like I wasn't surprised by this move today. I mean, I'm surprised it went this far, I should say, but I was not surprised to see this fade and go lower. We talked about it first thing when we came on. I was like, huge gap up. I said, watch if this thing fades, because if it does, it could probably accelerate. And when you start looking at the price structure and then you blow it up to a daily or a weekly and say, hey, we've been breaking down, moving averages are going lower. You got certain stocks that are acting poorly and starting to trade lower. These rallies, I've been saying it for the last week. I said rallies are probably going to get sold. And here we are. Here's another one we had today.
I'll say I did not expect this type of price action until I refreshed the NAAIM. It came out like 2 hours into the day. And when I saw that they sold less than 1% of their position, and we started to see like all the stocks stay under their daily view apps, I was like, oh, this could get bad.
Yeah. When we look at Meta, I'm curious your take on Meta, and I can throw in some thoughts as well. I mean, Meta obviously leading to the downside. There's nothing bullish about this chart. I have a 9 EMA that was basically the high of today's candle, and even though like what Forrester is saying here, it's holding this 585 area, but it's down what 0.5%, and other names obviously are down more, but it's already been beaten up. But I'm curious, Nick, what's your take around maybe Meta, this chart, and since it's been kind of one of the leaders to the downside?
Yeah, early on, like this was a sign that the market was going to get more challenging. Like when big companies like Meta gap down on earnings, especially gap down below a key moving average like the 200-day, it doesn't mean like you just rush to sell everything, but like you should be taking these puzzle pieces and starting to put together what we see. And like I don't have any interest in trying to buy Meta for like the long-term bounce or anything like this. Below the 200-day moving average, now we're like that 200 days declining. This is already like we barely made new highs off of February 2025.
February?
Yeah, before things started to get challenging. We gapped up on earnings, and then one thing I like to do is just draw a line across like where a gap up from earnings happened to see, are institutions accumulating these shares and they're getting aggressive because they think the story is so good?
I like that.
Are we starting to see that liquidity pop used to sell off into and kind of reduce their position? And Meta, even though the market was going basically straight up, we had like 5 days where we closed over that earnings close. Like that's a little suspect. And then you get multiple resistance gaps to the downside. And then on this crack, like the only reason you should look at Meta is just to see like how the overall indexes are doing. Unless you're a day trader, and then I'm sure there's going to be a snapback opportunity like here. But I think this is just in a downtrend.
Yeah. So to that question here, let's hit this one real fast. They're curious. Deep view is what you're using here, I believe. Do we just answer that real fast, and then I want to finish that conversation.
Yeah.
Deep view, is that what you use for charting?
This is Deep View. I actually worked with the Deep View team for about 2 years, working with their data side and putting together some of their proprietary ratings before joining Ariel. So I love this platform. This is what I use for like all the fundamental stuff and charting. They are, I don't know if they're accepting new people right now, but they're going to be rolling out a Black Friday shortly. So if you follow me, I'll put out, I get like a 12% discount for any new users when they sign up. So just, I guess, follow my account and I'll tweet out when it's available to sign up. But they kind of paused new signups so they could work on their back end, make it nice and smooth so they could get it ready for a bunch of new signups.
Perfect. I appreciate you hitting that. Now, just to finish out the conversation, you said Meta, it's in a downtrend. There's a lot of like downtrend charts right now, or broken charts. My take has been, I need some basing, some like reclaim, I guess would be one. You know, if it reclaims some levels and shows like a few days of building above them, or, you know, building out a base and really kind of getting out of that downtrend and showing some life, maybe I would start taking some shots on the long side. But I'm curious, what are you looking for? Like in the Meta example here, maybe in a Palantir or Hood or some of these other stocks that are really breaking structure before you want to go long. What does that look like for you?
Yeah, so like unless I'm just trading like a snapback, like bounce, the stock has to be over the 200-day moving average. The 200-day has to be sloping up. The stock should be over the 50-day unless I'm buying it on a pullback to an ascending 50-day moving average. So for Meta, this will need months. Like it'll need to flush everyone out, rally back up, get over the 200-day. Kind of like I love using how we bottomed in the Qs as an example of what you want to see, where we were below the declining 200-day moving average. And then eventually you get back over it, but still while the 200-day itself is in a downtrend, you're going to be in a very volatile market, and buying anything like on strength while the 200-day is in a downtrend rarely works unless there's a massive news catalyst. So what you want to see is a break of the 200-day, some type of pullback consolidation, finally get the 200-day to go flat. And then as you build out from there, look for like a rally, tight action, and then the breakout.
Yeah, some structure, right? Higher lows, higher high, you know, that some type of change in structure and character.
Because look at this, like a lot of people tried to buy the dip the first day because it's Meta. Then they tried to buy the dip the next day. And now these people like are really probably scared and like,
well, that's my thought is if this does pop back up to there, you've got people that are trapped that are probably going to try to get out, right? Right where you have that cursor.
Yeah.
Right, whatever that's area is.
Where I
was
would
that
look to short.
640s, 650s? Yeah, I would almost look to short there because if you come back to that area, 640, 638, that area,
Yep.
there's a lot of trapped buyers that tried to buy the dip but got ran over, and they may go, hey, this is my I was wrong on this. This is my shot to get out, without too big of a cut.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to
the
Carvana too. Like we bounce at the 200-day. You don't want to short it while it's extended, just starting to roll over. But then you rally back into this area that we've seen sellers at before. That's the spot that you want to like try. Because shorting already is very, very difficult. Like the math does not work in your favor to short. So you have to nail your entries. You have to be a little bit quicker to close your positions into weakness. So
even that chart now, you look at that, like you just, again, it goes back to what we said about some of this. You got a lot of overhead supply. So you start to look at, that 340 area and all the way north, like you've broken down. This is more, if anything, on Carvana as a retest. And, you could almost say, hey, as soon as we break back below, today's low, it's probably a short and going through the 200. Because if you went through the 200 and you're here, if we get back to the 200, it's unlikely that you hold it next time that you test it.
Yes. Yeah, and that's something that we saw in Bitcoin like earlier in this move. Like we came down to the 200-day, bounced, came right back to it like 4 days later. Little weird, bounced, came right back to it. You don't want to keep testing the same move.
Well, you knock on that door 4 times, it's usually
the door's
gonna
open. Yeah.
That door open. that door swung open.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great thing to point out, Will.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the more times you test an area, whether it's to the upside or downside, the more likely you're going to break it. So, like, when you look at support and resistance, you want to come down to an area and you instantly want to see either responsive buying or selling. So if you come down to the 200, like, you want to see, boom, bullish candle, you rally up and you kind of, project away from it. You don't want to see like a small candle and then one that kind of dribbles along the 200. Those are not what you want to see. And vice versa on the upside. Like if you're coming up to it, you see a responsive sell. If you kind of trade along it, you're probably going to go above it. So you want to see responsive action at key levels.
Exactly, because like the whole point of like an undercut of a key level is you get the like stops ran, and then hopefully that resets the deck for like buyers to come in. And if those buyers only come in for a day, it's not a dynamic that's going to work for you.
Oh, what a day. If you looked at SPY today, somebody asked this question earlier in the chat, I'd have to scroll up to find it, but if you looked at SPY today on the gap up, what would your read? How would you have read this? And I don't know. I don't know if you took any trades around this today at all, but I'm just saying the question was, how would you have read this? Would it have been long or short? What would have been a trigger? Like how would you have walked through that piece?
Yeah. So I don't want to buy anything extended in a market under the 20-day like that. I just will not buy anything on strength. What I saw here was an uppercut and fail of the previous high. But even at that point, we had gapped up so much that I thought it would be perfectly healthy if we came back all the way like into kind of this like 670 or 668 area, kind of where the 50-day was before. And if we just like built out there. But once like the selling really started to accelerate, and again, I go back to the positioning. Like once I realized that they didn't sell anything over the past 2 weeks, that was just a sign that like this could get a lot worse. Whether or not like it did, that was just like up to anyone. But when you saw Nvda under VWAP, then you saw Palantir under VWAP, when you saw SNDK, a liquid leader, and the other memory names immediately go red on the day, like you just have to build that evidence to say like, hey, maybe my bias is not correct. Because my bias coming into today was we've got extended on the downside. I personally was more bearish than I've been probably since April's low, and we didn't make new lows yesterday. So I know personally when I feel that bearish, we usually do get a bounce. So I came in today with a bullish bias, not that we were just going to gap up and rip higher, but that like a pullback would be supported. But the evidence throughout the day was overwhelming. The positioning was overwhelming. Nvidia, Palantir, SNDK, and then like, eventually, like when the Nasdaq lost the VWAP, that was like another sign. So I didn't do a great job like shorting things today. I
It
lost
came
money today.
straight down. Yeah, well, I know a lot of people probably lost money today. What I noticed this morning was, okay, we gapped up. I was thinking, okay, we should come back down and test, like yesterday's highs. Like that's high probability, just from data that I use. That's normal. And then you say, okay, we consolidated down here. I was looking for us to get that oversold bounce. That's why I covered actually 2 days ago. So it was at Tuesday. I covered all the puts and stuff that I had and said, okay, we're getting a little overextended here. I'm covering, right? And I'll either reassess. If we go lower, I'll probably look to long it back up. If we hang in here and pop back up, I'll look to short it again. And I was able to get in this morning and look at it and say, okay, I just think we're going to come back down. I did not expect us to go, range to range here. I think I said this earlier. I think anybody that saw today coming is lying to you. But, I got my ticket in and I was able to hold some runners. But what I looked at was, okay, we came back into the back test. We came into something like the 21 EMA. And then as we were coming down, we knifed straight through the 9 EMA. We knifed straight through that 50-day, which is what spurred this question from Ronan here. The 50-day did not hold at all. I mean, we just straight through it. I mean, we didn't even slow down. It didn't even like look over his shoulder and say, is that the 50-day that we're passing? No, it just went. And that was okay. That is a sign that this could get ugly, in my opinion.
And when you see these types of bars, that's not like you and me selling. That's institutions going, wow, they gapped up Nvidia and we're 90% long. And
yeah, let's get out.
Warning signs like, thank you.
Let me out. Let me out.
Yeah.
I mean, SPX on the hourly literally went right to the hourly 200 and never went above it, which was also Friday's high. Like we just hit it and just rejected right off it.
Yeah.
On the hourly chart.
This is a market incorrection. In corrections, you see pops that get used for liquidity. My mistake was thinking we had come down enough that bearish sentiment was enough. But 100 times out of 100, positioning is way more important than sentiment. How people are actually positioned, way more important than how they feel. And we're seeing that weight today.
Yeah, so I know we gone just over an hour here. Nick, I appreciate you joining us. I did pin a link to his room there. Make sure you're following Nick Trindle over on X as well. Nick, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. We're going to just watch the markets. I don't know how much trading, if any, I will be doing the rest of the day. But we'll be watching, hanging out here the rest of Power Hour. But Nick, I really appreciate you coming on today. And like I said, you're welcome to hang out with us, but do want to be respectful of your time. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll stay on and just hear what you guys have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Hang out here a little bit. I saw Joe joining us up here. KC hanging out with us. Got the trading crew on here. Will. I don't know where Jordan probably went to sleep. I think Rizzo's hanging out here too. Got some people in the backgrounds.
What's up,
We
squad?
will. What's up, Rizzo? Rizzo's been asleep. Rizzo, I just want to hear Rizzo. This is a live reaction from Rizzo from 10 minutes ago. He woke up for the first time since like this morning. What time did you fall asleep? Like market time, probably like 10, 9?
I called it at 10, yeah. I played the long, got out, and called it. And went to bed. I slept.
That's absolutely insane.
And just waking up now. Wild.
Did you think you were going to wake up to a 1,000-point range?
Not at all. I thought a little bit of weakness, maybe potentially go close though.
Rizzo, we said it this morning though. We said we're like, this thing, it could get faded.
Dude, me and Em were bearish as crap yesterday.
Yeah. Well, to me, it would have been easier yesterday if they would have finished this move yesterday. I would have felt better about trying to be long into today. But since they didn't, I had to be really bearish this morning.
Holy cow.
I mean, there's no doubt on the hourly chart, you're getting some bullish divergence
Go
on
send this out real quick.
These time, an hourly time frame. So take that forward.
I mean, we basically hit the main next target on the downside, but I don't see how this doesn't continue.
As you pull it up there, like this could maybe form a like a bigger right shoulder, and then you got a head and shoulders top set up. Like this bounces, and we kind of
bounces
like maybe
and does like comes back up here,
and then breaks. You could get something like that for a bigger move because you're a little extended even on the daily to just
we went from extended from like all these moving averages to back to them to now even more extended, basically more extended from them.
Yeah, where are you at on the weekly when it comes to moving averages?
You're about to hit the 21. I looked at this earlier.
The candle that we're putting in has a 4.5% range.
So there's the 20
We're not making
week.
up our minds at all.
The green one is a 20 simple, so this is on the weekly, and then the yellow is a 21 EMA. So you're about to hit the 20 week moving average. You basically did at the low. That's NDX, it's NASDAQ. SPX basically the same. I mean, you're
65.77 is the 20 week.
Yeah, so that's a 20 week right there. Your 21 EMA a little bit lower. For those of you that like SPY, here's what SPY looks like. It's 553 essentially is that 20 week. But this is not a good that's a punch through of that trend as well there that it was trying to hold with these. You don't have any higher lows anymore. It's
the
structure's bad.
This is what everybody needs to realize. This is a big change of tone. I think that's the most important thing to call out is that this is not like a normal, just correction. Like if you look even on the weekly chart, like we rode, the 8 EMA all the way up for the past 6 months. This is going to be a big shift in tone that's going to change it over the next 2 to 3 months. This isn't like something that is, a 1-2 week thing. This is a bigger change of tone unless we see price action get back above, like I've been saying, that 68.20 to 68.40 area, and you start breaking some downtrends. Like probably the setups are going to be to sell rallies, or maybe we get some consolidation down here and sideways action.
Other thing I was looking at just a few moments ago is we started trying to bounce a little bit or trying to work our way back up. I mean, it's trying to base in right here, but what I was noticing was like, okay, price started moving up and volume is still coming down. And then once it did pop up here, you see one of the biggest volume pieces was it coming right back down. Right here, higher volume is on the sell side still. So it just, even like for an intraday reversal, this is not like, I don't see any signs of it at all.
Put real quickly, just pull up SPY and just throw a weekly chart and put an RSI up, just a regular 1430, Like if you look on the weekly, like you might have to make that a little bit bigger, but you basically had a double top in the RSI back and those highs. You had divergent highs right there. I mean, you see that if you look, like you had the high there and you had a divergent high on newer highs on a weekly chart. That's something you got to pay attention to. And then you broke that lower price structure. So it's not saying go out and just short right away, but it's telling you to be cautious. That's what it tells me. It's like, okay, I need to start lightening up, watch the price action, look at short-term moving averages, and then start to, develop a thesis on what my next trade is going to be or how I'm going to set it up. But I mean, that's another great way. Just look for those bigger time frame divergences for the next momentum move.
You know what else I did, Rizzo? So like I asked Nick Drindle about the VWAP earlier because like I know a lot of people started to use these anchored VWAPs. I put an anchored VWAP on the high of NQ.
Look at my channel. I sent it this morning.
Yeah. I didn't see it until like noon. And then I looked right here and I saw that. I saw that and I saw this. Back retrace of the down move and that anchored VWAP right there.
What I'm finding really interesting about this sell-off too is like it's not just oh, your tech names are going down, we're in a correction, whatever. Like, UU is down 12% today. MP is down 10. You know, it's spread out across things that were really being favored.
Oh my
ONDX
gosh.
down
Gold
15%.
is
You still got those puts?
gold is flat.
Yeah, where's Wattbinder at? We're coming to the when this thing breaks 6, Wattbinder, I'm taking a massive victory lap straight to Houston. Notice he didn't show up today. Oh, Amajama, what's up? Let me make sure Amajama's got a link.
And you've got like previous market leaders, Netflix and Spotify, breaking into stage 4 downtrends. Like it's not just like the leaders are pulling back to ascending moving.
I am worried about Netflix. I'm worried about Netflix. I have this is an old trend line from forever ago that I'm gonna have to readjust. I can tell how old some of my drawings are by the color.
I trimmed KO light.
Look at Casey over here finding the only bullish charts in the entire
Look at KO and Walmart. KO and Walmart right now.
Well,
new high
okay.
day. Those charts. I mean,
I have not taken my victory lap on Walmart, the greatest company in the world.
I swung and entered puts on fucking everything else. There was only 2 names I swung, called, and entered into them and talked about them all today. And that was Walmart and KO. Both of them right now, right at highs. Beautiful.
Great. I mean, look in a bloody market. Look at my baby, the greatest company. AI. Natron, I don't know if you know this, but Walmart sells AI rare earth drones. So it's they're an AI tech stock. It's everything.
If they were quantum, it'd be even better.
Yeah. No, they have quantum too. They're developing it. All right, we're saving something for all-time high. We're gonna be like, okay, we're all-time high. We're at quantum, Walmart quantum. Just watch out. That is being facetious, please.
Walmart's gonna start making GPUs.
Yeah, Walmart GPUs coming soon. Data racks. Greatest company in the world.
I'm gonna hire a quant from Walmart.
Well, you had other grocery stores like SFM that was up 300% in the past 2 years. That broke into a stage 4 downtrend. That's like a more pricey grocery store. And then Costco now breaking into stage 4.
Costco looks bad. Costco looks so bad.
Yeah,
it bounced today
on KO. Let's go.
Oh, there you go. Nice, Casey. Costco can't hold this area that it bounced off of.
I should have. That was one of the other ones. I wanted to swing puts on it. I didn't.
I'm still here, by the way. We just Pajama Mama joined us up here. So
what's up, guys? You guys.
What's up? I'm hanging out in the
shorts this morning. AC, you killed that call out.
Oh, are you still in Walmart with me?
Yes, I am. I've got one left.
I have one left. That's it. 105%. That's it. One left. That's
Even the SPY calling it short today. I mean, what a killer call out.
Let's go.
I thought you were smoking something. Swear to God.
No.
I was like, nah, I don't think we're coming back today.
That was in it too.
It was the game. It was the game plan. We hit everything. The call credit spreads are about to expire 100%. The SPY puts went $1,000 per contract gain, and then ES short I sold for 30 points. I think it's almost at like 150. It's so
nice.
stupid.
Good stuff, dude.
Today was wild.
Yeah, today, definitely wild. Now I feel like that 645 is in play for sure.
So and this was the zone I called out this morning, just around noon before I left, was 654.6 to 653 on SPY. In my opinion, I said that was going to be low of day. We hit the zone about 2 hours ago. We got a good reaction off it so far, and now we're basing above it. I 100% think that is going to be low of day, and I think tomorrow we break underneath and we sell and we go hit the weekly 21 on SPY, which is currently at 649. So I think we can see a 650 sweep soon and go hit that for the first time.
I definitely see that. I could see that. I didn't think we'd give it all up today. I thought we were going to be a little flat. Boy, was I wrong. Holy shit. What a dump candle, too. We bounced right off of pivot point support 2 on the day. Like, I can't believe we ended up there. We filled
It
the whole
was
range.
it was hilarious because when the SPY 650 or 665s went in the money this morning, and Notch was like, "All right, I'm thinking about taking a put credit spread." I said, "Hold on, think about this for a second." I said, "So I sold the call credit spreads this morning because we were already up plus 2% on the day, right? So if we come back and accept into previous day's range, what would stop the market from selling it and now doing a minus 2% day?" I was
Yep.
like, I know it sounds crazy, but that's a fucking possibility. And then lo and behold, we broke previous day low and we broke Tuesday low now on SPY.
I mean, it
Like,
kind of went along with what we were saying yesterday afternoon, Emp, when we were talking about that we're not going to start like investing heavily into swings. We got to see how it plays out, get through earnings on Nvidia, and I mean,
Yeah. Well, what did we say? We said one day doesn't fix a chart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And actually, one day made the chart worse. I think one day one day made this worse.
I
Yeah,
just
I
want to see
think,
Walmart at a 110.
I think the bigger setup on the big time frame now is like, do we bounce and start to build like a right shoulder on a bigger Head and Shoulders top?
That's what I'm looking at too. We've got.
That's kind of what I think. I mean,
We've
that's
got-
a scenario.
Sorry, we've got no volume. If we lose 653, like the liquidity draw down to like 648 and then 642, there's no volume there. It'll fall through there so damn quick if we actually end up down in that area.
'Cause if you start drawing like a new trend line in SPY or SPX, and we bounce back up to like 665 or something, like 10 points higher into this trend line, and then we kind of dribble to the right and slowly go back to the neckline, like right, exactly. We break this area, we're gonna start to get some acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a big old valley to go straight through right here.
Yeah. I was talking on a stream earlier today about how, like, when we pop like we did after heavy 5% selling over the last couple weeks, if we start to sell, the selling gets exasperated and starts tumbling because there's so much, we're going to come right back down because we've been down. So it sells even faster. It's like,
well, the problem is you're starting to get into negative gamma in the options.
Yep.
So when the gamma starts to get very negative, the swings become a lot larger. And the more you trade into negative gamma, then the moves just get exacerbated on both sides. It happens to the downside and to the upside when you're trading in negative gamma, which we will be now. And if we drill further, the moves are going to get bigger and bigger.
Yep.
To add a lot of, Anna, there's a lot of analysis that gets done. I have a few indicators that do it that look into events causing more of themselves. We see that a lot in financial markets. A lot of selling creates a lot of little selling, and that's why volatility clusters together. We didn't have it was an orderly move down. It was all condensed. A small period of time made up for a lot of this downtrend, and so you need to basically see that again on the upside, but it's hard for it to happen.
yeah, I mean, definitely interesting. We're red all the way through, and what's green is
Walmart.
Technically some recession-proof shit.
I'm going to say the other thing too that could start to get a bid if we get some aggressive selling over the next, month or two. I mean, like long bonds, like TLT, IEF, you might get rates that all of a sudden start coming the other way. So that might be a place, portfolio wise, that looks like a Head and Shoulders. But if you look at the longer time frame, like on the weekly or something, like you've built a base out for a while, and the Fed's probably likely cutting into next year. You basically got a 2-year base down here, so a lot of volume. That could be somewhere to hide.
That's where I wonder where people are going to start hiding in this. Because like what I noticed, and we talked about this a little bit throughout this week, is like all the different sectors are selling off. Right? It wasn't just like, okay, well, tech's down, or they're going to buy small caps instead, or they're going to. I mean, the banks were breaking down already, hitting the 200-day. Energy's been somewhat stronger. Like Are they hiding in healthcare? Maybe there's a high and tight.
Yep, healthcare.
My regional bank's position's green today somehow. I was looking at my portfolio. I was like, what's green?
You know what's interesting? Since the volatility kind of started, the dollar bottomed in the middle of September and has been trading higher ever since. And that's kind of when we started getting to move lower in the markets. Dollar index, DXY.
The dollar bottomed when interest rates dropped.
Yep, like in September. And
that was the low.
Ever since then, we've been trading higher.
Dollar over, they call 100 par, right? A dollar over 100 is not.
There's a lot of resistance on the dollar at 100, but if we continue to chop and break higher, that's just another one to keep an eye on.
The Walmart runner, 110 for December, just hit 200 here from 80. Hitting 108.
Oh.
Now, if we can, I still would like to see. I want to be in Walmart calls to send it to a new all-time high.
I agree.
Give me 110 on this. Let it go in the money, so I can just say they went in the money and take it to a new all-time high. It's a free contract by this point. There's only one left after catching the big move this morning.
A great company.
But yeah, I mean, let's just send it to new all-time highs. But they are at 2 here from 80. And what's funny is
that chart still looks really good.
this position was at entry this morning here live on
yeah,
the
you were
Spaces.
calling it out like literally live. You're like, oh my god, it's squeezing.
I was like, why am I still at entry? It just had a huge gap. I was like, I thought I bought enough time on this thing. I mean, but at least they didn't get crushed, but no win, no loss. I was like, well, fuck it. I mean, I'm still in the trade. It's still valid. And then it started to go. So
I'm so sad I didn't even get a chance to build out my position. I literally had like 4 contracts total.
I have 2 SPY runners left. I took 668 puts for tomorrow. They're up 750% still in these last 2.
Let's go.
You crushed that short. You guys crushed that short. I thought y'all were smoking something this morning. I'm like, y'all didn't go to bed.
No,
you were drunk. Something. I literally was a bull today, and I'm usually not like that with a gap up. But I'm like, oh, this is it. Market's gonna. It's been doing that so much that I just.
Well, that's why I think it got so ugly today, was because so many people got caught with their pants down. So many people jumped into that hopium air balloon, and once it started rolling, it just cascaded quickly.
No, for me it was just the 4-hour chart.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say for SPY, it was just the 4-hour chart. It just zoom out, look left. Look at the first week of October. It was that spot that was right there. All the way left. You see all the way left right there? And then you see how we gapped up and we broke over top of it right there. Boom. SR flip zone right there. Another gap up. Big reactions. All it was a back end retest. It was a great risk to reward for a short right there. That was the only thing I was looking at this morning.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys were on the stream yet when I went back over this, but I looked at here's SPY's chart. SPX is going to look almost exactly the same, but you had these highs here, then you tried to flip and hold it here, and then the last 2 days both rejected in the same area at this is a monthly high as well as previous all-time high there. And NDX had the very similar look, the rejection here, the rejection here, rejection on these 2 days, and then right back to that same spot. So to me, it's short against this until proven wrong.
We kept saying we're gonna have to repair that 65.50 area at some point. Like we talked about it last week. We talked about it, early this week. Like here we are.
And we did tap into it finally here on the NASDAQ. We still haven't quite from these lows right here. We still haven't quite tapped in there and cleaned that up just yet. But I can't look at this chart and not think that we're gonna visit a little bit lower and then find out what.
You look at data dogs today?
Nope. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. We talked about this yesterday too.
I was planning for the demise. I was like, we're gonna have more levels, and then this morning I wake up and I'm like, oh, like sunshine and roses. Let's go, baby. I don't know what switched in my head overnight because Nvidia earnings were good, but I don't know. Yeah.
Dude, today the DDOG put runner right now, it's at $1,300. Like it's stupid.
Gosh, we're gonna make. I mean, were they just gonna finish this at the end of the day here? 30 minutes left. Go for the throat.
I shorted NQs down here and grabbed some 600 calls on QQQ for Friday. I think puts are more expensive now.
Where's my MU runner at? Let's go check MU. Where are we at? MU runners are at 775 from 450. Looking good. I have trim set for 8 and 10.
We're really close to the those highs we left in July and August. Just nearly there.
August is a good month to look at for that tariff.
Trying to send this alert. Come on. There you go.
Hey guys, I got to take off, but thank you so much for having me on. It was really fun.
Nick, I appreciate you coming by the stream.
Take care, guys.
Yep. You will.
Oh, I saw Frankie slide in here too in the background over there. Frankie was on here with me this morning. He thought I was a little crazy.
I did, but we got on board. Took me a little while.
You probably timed it better than I did, honestly. I just was like, okay, I'm just going to work my way into it.
God, I can't. I should have just My average was like 2.55, something like that.
Crazy thing is, my average was like up here in the 200 somewhere, and I ended up closing the whole thing like right here. I should have just left one runner, but whatever. I had the puts though. That's the other reason why I closed that out so much. My puts are going up in value right now. We're not even making new lows.
Slight tick up in the VIX, that's why.
Yeah.
Everybody wants insurance.
Today is not the day at the lows you go buy puts. I'll tell you that right now. Do not be buying puts right now. You're at a key level, key support level.
Keep the weekly gap fill on NQ 24158. I don't see a weekly gap fill.
Dude, I just want to see NQ a little lower. It's like 200 points lower, but relative to today, it's a little lower.
24K.
You're going back to the previous contract on that, right?
Yeah. Nearly filled the roll gap, not quite. Prior all-time highs are 100 points lower.
Looking back, it was actually technically perfect today. We popped that November pivot point monthly and then just ran through the entire range. Man, I'm a little disappointed.
Rizzo, where do you think we go big picture? What are you looking for?
You mean for the long?
Yeah, I'd love to hear what you think.
Well, I'll start with what I thought yesterday. I wanted it lower immediately. So I'd wanted the downside to get kind of extended down into where we are now, a little lower actually. So you get like a pretty, whether it's a pivot to go to new highs or whether it's a pretty big retracement back up. I didn't mind what it was, but wanted it lower in that regard. But now I'm the focus goes to those highs, really those balance highs we made in October, not October, August, July, August. I mean, if there's any sign of weakness up against those highs, it's like you're going down to those lows, which takes you another, 300 handles lower on ES, on the S&P.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, like you just look at this chart on the screen right now, like if you get a retracement back up where we, start kind of chopping to the right under these moving averages and you start kind of building this head and shoulders out, and then you get a break back of the 65.50 area later, something that kind of just dribbles sideways like that, and then boom, takes out the neckline, then the flush is
going to be more,
300 points lower. Yeah, there you go. The technical is 65.50 from the high, so 69.20 minus 65.50. What's that range? That's technically the move you should make.
Where is
I don't like that I still see like bear flags at the low of day.
It ain't looking good.
If we go like long term on the SPY specifically, I'm talking back to like the 2008 market crash. There's this channel we've been in the entire time. And we hit the top of that channel the last on the monthly, the last like 2 months we've been kind of top feeding it. Which is interesting because it's also the same exact range. Can I screen share real quick? Do you mind?
Please.
I'll show it. I'll show what
Please.
I'm talking about here.
Are you on a log chart or?
Yeah, I'm on logarithmic. Yes.
Okay.
It's a little messy here because I've been doing some stuff, but let me delete all this and you can see what I'm talking about. Let me get rid of this 200 day. All right. So you can see this channel here that we've literally kind of been in since 2009. Like we've obeyed it. We dip below it, COVID lows, and that's it. And this channel is exactly where we bounced in April as well. And of course, like the lines aren't perfect. It's a long-term trend, this and that. And then we've also got this white line, which I consider like the median, the mean of like the entire history of the SPY is as far as this chart goes. And a couple of reasons I consistently talk about we're not in a bubble is because like if you go back to, .com, this and that, we deviated really far from this main axis here. And every time we kind of pop off it, we always return to it. And what got me kind of a little nervous about is we're kind of top lining this channel again. And usually when we bounce off it, we get a nice 12 to 20 months of uptrend. And we did bounce off it in April. So you can make the kind of claim, maybe we'll just kind of hang out and like either chop or just kind of ride it up. But we've obeyed this trend channel literally for years and years and years and years. And when I get a little bit worried is when we get too far away from this main white line here, which has kind of been the mean through 30 years of the market here. So just something to look at long-term, big picture of like, it's not necessarily true that like the market's overextended and we're in a bubble. We're just kind of moving, because it's pretty simple. If the cost of a cheeseburger goes up, of course, the stock market SPY is going to go up as well because it costs more for shit. So it's not like, it's always going to ultimately move up and right. So just it's something more in depth that I always kind of deviate back to is this chart here. And we're right in line where we should be, but it could experience some pullback. We had a pullback.
So just to add to your chart, I'm going to, if you want to throw my screen up there real quick, check this chart out. 100
Yeah,
years.
Let me see.
Just to kind of go along with what you're saying. I know it's hard to see for everybody. This is all the way back to the 1920s.
Nice. Okay.
Look at the top side of that, and then you look at that mean reversion line that's, small green line that's right in the middle. And then you look at the lower trend. So look at
that's my worst case scenario line.
we're like really pressing the tops. I mean, this is a monster long-term trend line, but you've kind of traded along those areas and you have these two highs, from the Great Depression highs all the way to 2000. Look at where we are relative to that.
Yep.
It's kind of an interesting level.
It's very interesting. Very similar to, I mean, I was on the SPY, so I didn't have as much of the historical information, but exactly kind of what I'm talking about, just in a different way, where we can see a little bit of, topping out, in my opinion.
First time, I'll try to zoom it in. The first time we came to that line was like into like the April session when we, came into that big move down, this big wick down.
Yep.
Was like right pressing up against this area. So we've overthrown it, but we'll see what this monthly the next few months. But I'm keeping that in the back of my mind on like a bigger move. Not saying we get that, but it's just somewhere that when you see stuff like that, you're like, whoa, that's a big trend line. So that's just something I'm looking at. But then the levels below.
About to make a new low, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's exactly kind of what I was, same chart, just different, kind of a little bit different. But
yeah, much longer. But
yeah, the only thing I'm hesitant about saying like, oh, we've kind of got to come down here is that bounce we got in April kind of bounces right off that lower trend line I've got from that 2009 through chart. So for me, every time we've bounced off that, we've had a good reasonable amount of time that we've been in an uptrend. However, if we just kind of mark that month out, like that low was off of news, we popped right back up. We're having these 10% range days on SPY, shit that was unheard of. Then technically we're right at that 18 to 20 months off that bounce, if I don't count that. So I think we have a little bit of a reset that could possibly be coming. Nothing like nothing like April, in my opinion. I'm definitely not a bear, but I would not be shocked to see us definitely 640 and maybe 620s, 612, something like that. I wouldn't be shocked.
I just think the ultimate repair for this chart is somewhere back to these old highs.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of 25, which I don't know, call it, you got 6150, somewhere in this range, would be healthy, and you're gonna get, you're gonna get stuff that's, that's gonna be, down and then up, and then you're gonna get another one like this, and you don't get there over time, but you're gonna get those moves where you're gonna zigzag kind of back and forth. But I mean, here, look at right at the top, this trend line here. Where do we go this morning? Right up to the moving averages. It's a retest of the backside. You wicked over it, and then boom. So, I mean, there's a lot of confluence on where we go. But, I mean, ultimately, I think, your 200, it's a 200 weekly, I think, or 200 daily. You got your 200. I don't know. I think ultimately that's probably a healthy thing. Do we get there right now? I don't know, but
I would love it. I mean, that's a gift.
This is like, I've been thinking that this is where we got to go over the more, medium term. And now look at these moving averages all starting to roll over.
Yep. And I mean, here's the thing. Like I agree with everything you're saying. It's by no means like, oh, some end of the world stuff, because most of the mega cap companies, their valuations, their PE ratios, they're all where they should be. There's nothing like, oh my God, this bubble, it's insane. Like you could say like Palantir PE ratio is insane. It's a little inflated, but most of these companies are pretty much kind of in the range where they should be. So just to like a nice reset back to that 612 or 6014 or whatever on SPX SPY, I would love it. I would be taking out mortgages on my house to throw into stocks at that point.
Yeah, I mean, look at like, the 200 day, the 38.2 fib. Oh. You got prior highs. Like this looks like a good area to come test at some point.
SPY's back in that zone.
And look, they're just drilling the S&P down even further.
I love that you had that similar line drawn on your chart. That's awesome. That makes me so happy.
Like, and then if you say, okay, let's look at, just to the weekly, like,
DDOG new lows, KO new highs, just over previous day high.
I don't know. I just think we got to work. We need to work back somewhere into that 6,100 area, and I like that. I think we do that over time. I think that's kind of the time, unless we get some type of crazy news, the Fed cuts more aggressive or whatever else. But
yeah,
that's 1,000% on my 2 runners. I'm selling 1, leaving 1 for tomorrow.
I was about to say DDOG is up $1,000 per contract right now. It just broke 160.
Anybody that took SPY puts with me this morning, we are up 10x.
Fucking insane, dude.
1,000%. I've had very few 1,000% trades in my entire career.
That's amazing, though. I mean, like, you guys were on that short this morning. I give you props, because it's easy to go on after the fact and say, oh, I charted this way, chart that way. But you came in and you're like, I'm a bear today. We're coming down. That's all there is to it.
I sent the entire chart and thesis 15 minutes before open.
It was just phenomenal.
It's the game plan. Oh, you know what I'm most upset about, though, is that I can't really say I'm upset. But the SPY 665 puts that I took that are in the money, they're up $1,100 per contract game. They're for next Friday. So
you could have made so much money on that,
dude. So the amount of money, I mean, even having one runner. I mean, if we do break the weekly 21 either tomorrow or even Monday or Tuesday, like those contracts, I bought them at 303. I think they just hit 1,400. They could go to like 20 or 30 by next week before expiration. This is freaking stupid. But I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda are the 3 best traders I've ever met.
Absolutely.
But I mean, we capitalize on an anomaly. A day like today doesn't happen.
Starting to get long.
SPY's almost at the bottom of the zone near 653 with 17 minutes left in the day.
Nice short.
Yeah, maybe like down to 120.
So just props to that, because usually, Casey, you're the one I'm like, yep, exactly, like very similar. And I was not there today, and it's okay. Like I think it means a lot when you're like, "Yep, my analysis was ass wrong today." That's why I respect this group a lot, to be honest, because everybody's very, smart traders. It's not just a bunch of fluff.
Yeah, it wasn't
for all you guys.
For me, it wasn't so much like looking for this entire sell-off. I did not think this entire sell-off was going to happen. The only thing I was looking at is where the market on SPY and Qs opened up and how much percentage-wise that they had already gone up. If just historically speaking, it hasn't really accelerated an even bigger move above that, like another 1% on the day. So there was just a higher probability of either staying flat after that move or starting a slow bleed back down, at least to retrace maybe part of the overnight move from that gap. And that's all that I was looking for. It's just the fact that we got what we got today, which was essentially 3 to 4 times almost greater than what I was looking for. I mean, it's just icing on the cake by that point. But for me, it was just, seeing QQQ go up 2%. I'd say that there's a good chance that it would lose that 2% and come all the way back down before it gains another 2% and gives a plus 4%, because that's almost unheard of. Not impossible. It's just probably it's just based on, I guess, probabilities.
I gave too much credit to Nvidia earnings being able to kind of prop up the market.
I didn't.
Yeah. So did I. I thought we were going to chop, honestly.
Dude, no,
I thought we were going to chop today. I wasn't bullish, but I did think we would not give it up the way we did.
So
I saw those wicks at open. I was like, all right, guess we're here for 4 hours. That's what I thought. I was wrong.
Here,
I figured we'd trade it halfback is what I thought.
Here, Amajama, let me go. I'm gonna tag. I'm gonna send you something.
I traded the shit out of some puts. Don't get me wrong. That was not what I was thinking in my head as the market opened today, for sure.
Let me see if I can go find this chart. I'll send it to you here in a second.
Please do.
It was hilarious because I drew this chart yesterday on the live stream before Nvidia earnings came out on my thesis for it. And I was like, historically speaking, I think this is what's going to happen with Nvidia. And if Nvidia hits 180 within the next 13 minutes, it's going to be absolutely freaking perfect. But let me see if I can go here.
Wow, they are drilling this.
See
I
ya.
love it. I cannot wait till we start flatlining. Oh, bring it down, baby. Oh man, if we lose those lows from the week of October
10th?
6th, like
We just did. We just broke them
we
right
get
now.
some capitulation tomorrow again.
There's 653 on SPY. I mean,
lows and Qs was 589.05. We're trading 585. We're well.
Yeah,
past.
we just broke it. Oh my.
Yeah, SPY last. We're literally at like that little
The
double
SPY
bottom.
low.
Ooh, we just lost it, I think.
652.84 from October 10th. We're right at it.
Ammo,
That's it. And then we go into that low volume, just absolute. This is it. SPY literally goes into a liquidity, no volume liquidity bubble down to 647. We have a little bit of a shelf, but 642, we got nothing holding us up other than some minor pivots, 650, but like 642 is like, that's it. And that's a 7% pullback,
Rizzo,
which for
you
me,
long on
that's
this
like the market reset level, 7%.
Yeah, I'm longing it into tomorrow.
Into the in the 20s. That's what I said too.
Ammo Jammer,
Yeah.
are you in Discord right now? You got it pulled up?
I'll go into Discord right now.
I'm gonna tag you in my server chat real quick.
Okay.
So
The VIX is pretty orderly, which is interesting. I thought the VIX would be a little bit more aggressive to the upside.
I just said, historically, looking at Nvidia sell off the day after reporting its earnings, whatever it is, and then look at the before and after, and look where it opened up at.
Nice.
So it broke above, it came back down, and then we opened up right there, and now we're almost at the bottom of it.
That's great. Almost
That
like
was just my thesis on.
Dude, these
on
SPY
Nvidia.
puts for tomorrow. Are you kidding me? There's, oh my god, the SPX, like there's premium down in the 6200s.
I think I'm probably gonna sell
Oh
a far
my.
out of the money put credit spread.
I just want to say cheers.
See, I'm thinking like the 6350s for tomorrow, like 6350, 6300. Like it's $200 out of the money.
Are you want to enter into before the close and swing it, or tomorrow morning?
I don't know. I might pull. I'm kind of with Rizzo on maybe you get a responsive, but I don't know. Overnight.
We get an
comes-
overnight support bounce of a little relief and open up slightly higher than where we are now and just collect a premium out of the gate, maybe.
No, I think it gaps down and comes back to here, and then
you
rejects.
think we get a gap down and come back up?
I think it probably. Looking at this, I think it just gaps down, and then
This
it comes
is the
back up into this
exact- I
area.
mean, if
we
we
have
look at
options
October
expiration
10th,
tomorrow too.
If we look at
Yeah, we
October
do.
10th, the candle looks
You could do the
exactly
AMs
same.
though.
Same
Could do
exact
the AM
range.
expiration. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but that was we had a major taco on that day though.
Yeah. Yep.
So my claim has been we keep going up until we run out of good news, right? What can taco to save this market this time? I think we're out of
I mean,
tortillas.
The
He's
weekly
losing it-
SPX, the weekly
He's
21
losing his
SPX is
potency,
right at
though.
6,500.
It's like you got a stale, like a stale whatever. I don't want to say it on the stream, and it loses its potency after a while. Like that's what the Trump tweets.
Yeah,
are.
you get
It's
desynthesized.
not as toxic
I want to sell
anymore.
the 6250s naked, like a crazy man. Like 6250s for AM expiration. That's 300 points from here.
I'm
Nuts.
looking at the options chain right now on SPX to swing it long with a put credit spread.
It looks like we'll only find support around the 6400. I think we're the only.
I wish that I wish I was on the streams with you guys when we had those 10% days. Oh my goodness, that would have been so fun.
Oh, that was amazing.
Back in April.
I mean, I guess I could get cooked, but it's worth.
I remember that day that we had the really big day. I was in a short, and it went down. I made like 100 points or so, and I got full target. And literally within 15 seconds of me exiting was when that that tariff tweet came out, and it shot up and went the other way like 800 points. I somehow was green on the short side on a day that went up 10%. I remember that. Rizzo was there.
Look how far out on SPX you can go.
Well, yeah. What's
I know.
fixed at now? 27.
Dude, I'm in the mid
26.
like 6,300s. I can still collect like $150 on the premium.
I know. It's crazy. I
You call me
wasn't
crazy.
Our little head and shoulders too here.
I might
I'll
sell
tell you
some.
what-
I might sell some naked mini
Ooh.
XSPs.
That Head and Shoulders looks much cleaner. What time frame is that? 4 hour?
Yeah, that's a 4 hour. I mean, we
That
are
one's-
hemorrhaging. We have come down 4 points just in the last few minutes.
We gotta at
I
least
forgot
go
I'm screen sharing.
we gotta
Sorry,
at
I'm just
least-
jumping around everything.
Oh, you're good. We gotta at least go clean up that wick though that was on that last chart.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, guys. This liquidity for everybody watching. They all know, everybody on here, but right here, do you see how this indents in, guys? That means there's like, it doesn't mean it'll go straight down and won't chop at all, but there's very little to stop it in here. Very low volume.
Exactly what I was just looking at, Emma.
Oh my god, these premiums on SPX, what are they doing?
Do we have gaps hiding in here? No.
I know they're crazy.
They're
I
just-
want to do something. I just don't know what to.
Look at the bid and ask is so wild.
I don't think you want to do any, like, as bad as you like want to take trades. I really think the best thing, at least my opinion, in which you guys are pros and like I get that. I'm just saying maybe more for the audience. You want to do something really bad, especially on a day like today. Usually after something like this happens is the worst time to take another trade.
Yep.
The worst.
I want to see how tomorrow shakes out.
If we do get a gap down though in the morning, I'm definitely going to sell put credit spreads
So
in there way below.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm not gonna swing anything overnight. I'll wait until the morning and see where we're at. And if we either hold, went lower, and reclaimed, I think you have a good spot to sell put premium tomorrow.
We have option expiration tomorrow, and then we have
Yeah.
a holiday weekend
We have
next week
OPEX
too.
tomorrow.
Holiday week next week.
I mean, you got the RSI at 25 on the daily too. I mean, and you definitely have on the 4 hour, you got bullish divergence in the RSI at these lows for sure.
Yeah, it just SPX, the weekly 21, it's right at 6,500 right now. So I think we could just sell off a little bit more after hours, and then you'd want to see it hopefully find some support down there, come back up, maybe open up right back in this area, and then if you can still sell, 6,300 and something. I mean, you're talking.
Yeah, they're going to be
$200 out of
major
the money
boosts
tomorrow.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
like you can probably still collect premium and it'd be a little bit safer.
I'm with you on that. You're right.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll wait till tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I want to see how I don't.
I want to see
feel
what does overnight do?
to swing
Does it-
anything. I'm
Ooh,
good on-
MOC. Ooh, damn. Oh my god, that's a decent
Nothing
one.
more?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Do you see those numbers on MOC?
I'm gonna try those NQ longs again.
I'm gonna play some games tomorrow. Hope y'all are playing the games.
GeoGuessr, yeah, we will be playing. We'll be live on stream all day tomorrow, and we will be playing GeoGuessr at the closing bell tomorrow.
I haven't played
There's
that.
got to be a little short covering into this close, I would think.
Run a 4 lot.
I don't know.
I mean, we haven't
Stop
popped
right
at all.
now.
Doing this.
I don't know if
Butterfly.
enough people were short.
Do you
I
see
know,
the
that's
size of the
be the
MOC right
problem.
now?
It's not that. It's only what, 2 billion.
Yeah, and-
I mean, compared to what it's been.
Yeah,
I'm putting the butterfly at 65.80 right now.
And with OPEX tomorrow, like that makes it kind of less shorts covering too. There's a lot of positions already closed, and we haven't been bullish the last 4 weeks, so I don't expect like a big volatility in the morning with OPEX because there's a lot already closed.
Like are they gonna close SPY in this freaking zone?
we're closing right on like 65.50 SPX.
The zone I have is
AM expiration.
654.6 to 653. There's 4 minutes left, and it's right above 653. And they really gonna close it in this freaking thing?
Yeah, look at the 65.50 on SPX, and
Yep.
you have AM expiration. So like it's right now in 4 minutes.
Watch them close
And then
it right in this freaking
SPY, we cleared the liquidity of this low right here and popped back above it. So now if we get like obviously this will be in the morning, but if we get an hourly candle close below this, I really am looking at the 646 and 642. We might bounce a little bit first over the next few days. We'll see. Are you guys kind of expecting a little relief tomorrow, or you just straight bearish?
I
thinking
I think it depends. Like if it pushes up tomorrow for some relief, you're gonna look. There's gonna be people looking to short everywhere on that push up.
Yes.
I think the easier trade. I try to picture. Okay, what would be the easier trade? The easier trade would be gap down, and then long back up to here, like right where we're closing here. I gap down tonight, and then tomorrow you can find a way to get long in the first half hour and try to track it back up to here. And if it comes back up to here, then you look to short the back test. If it accepts over, then you just stay on it.
I think if SPY goes back to 660, 662 tomorrow, I'm going to short it. That's my back test. That's my bounce, lower high rejection to bring it back down.
That's exactly what I'm looking at here on my chart. This is our point of control. And that's also the midpoint just above that midpoint of today. So if we could bounce and settle up in this area and we hit rejection at that point of control / midpoint retrace and start coming down, I will slap the shit out of some shorts there. That would be ideal.
Yep. Perfect case scenario. We go a little bit lower. We come back up here. By tomorrow morning, we push up higher, sell the call credit spread, take some longs, take profit up there, 660, 662. Be out majority, look to flip short if they reject, and then just fucking bank
You guys
both
ready
sides
for
and
what
call it
door
a day.
number 3 could be? You know what door number 3 is? Ryan, you ready for this one?
What's that?
What's behind door number 3?
Door number 3 is a gap and go. We just break lower and just rip straight lower from here. That would catch everybody off guard.
Can you imagine? Well, that's the thing. What
Everybody's
catches us?
There's going to be some bounce. That's the
thing.
mentality.
What catches? Well, so play that out in your head. What catches us? And we just talked about this Llama Jamma. Look at her screen right now. What catches you here? You're in the valley. You're in the valley of death.
Yeah,
there's no levels here to catch us.
There's nothing to catch us unless we open tomorrow back like above.
You got to get back. You got to reclaim something.
Yeah, 654. Really, we're already in the death zone. We could bounce up because it's towards the end of the day, less volume.
65.44 is the 20 period weekly. That's the only thing you're sitting on.
Yep. Yeah. That's what we lost. That's the last little shelf we lost here. Yeah, there's nothing to catch it. We caught it 2 days ago where we kind of needed to catch, and today we didn't catch there. So for me, we're definitely like, yeah.
Nvidia down 10%. Oh no, is that right?
We could chop
from the high,
from
the high,
while.
We could do absolutely nothing until the last hour or two tomorrow.
Like I wouldn't be shocked if we chop between 650 and 657 for a while. We had a lot of very small range days in the last couple months, and then a couple whoppers.
They're closing SPY under the zone.
What I'm also going to look at too is on that daily. It is a great example of it. The width of our trudge down starting from starting from October to now, the width has been staying consistent. It's not narrowing. So
the
you're not
crazy part
seeing
is
any sort of coiling. It's too spread out, is what I'm saying, for any sort of trend to change.
The VIX has been very orderly like all day, which is even crazier because the intraday move is so high and we're just been at 26. Like it wasn't like we spiked up to 30, which tells you, to Ryan's point, we're probably gap lower.
Close but no cigar. SPY closed at 652.51. It closed 49 cents under my zone for the low of day. Close but no cigar.
Wow, what a day.
What a freaking day.
Meta did close. Wow, Meta closed back at 588, almost unchanged.
Yeah, but that one's been so beat up, though.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
The first one I'm looking at to add to, honestly.
Oh, Bulls reporting earnings?
The only other thing green, in Walmart, is Regeneron, or EGN is the only thing. Also up 4.8.
Dude, that's one thing I did not look at today was the heat map. Not once.
Only thing that was positive was consumer staples. You guessed it.
Yeah, and Northrop Grumman.
Let's go, Walmart.
Defense.
Let's go.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, what you had UNH green, AT&T, Procter and Gamble, Walmart, IBM, TJX,
Procter Gamble. That's all I have on my watch list. Coke, Bull.
Yeah,
They
KO.
don't count. Yeah, the recession shit.
Nothing.
You got some
10%
defense
down.
names that are just
Oof.
flat.
We talked about this one coming off the cliff yesterday, Hood. I wish I would have shorted it right then. Nvidia stopped me from taking those swings, though. It sucks that they had earnings because so much of this did look bad sans Nvidia earnings.
So I was in a little iffy trade because I was short MU going into the close yesterday based on just personal technicals on it, but knowing that if Nvidia rips, a sympathy can
Weeble's
move MU
earnings are coming
upside.
out.
And I was down like fucking, I think 25% at the open, and it was near my last ad spot before my stop right above it, which was around 232, 235. And then after that, just fucking sold off $30.
I don't know what's crazier, this day or the fact that Boeing's options still have VIG, even with this.
Let's go. There's a couple earnings coming out, by the way. Webull beat 7 cents versus 2 cents. They missed on revenue by a big
Webull sucks.
Big miss on revenue. 83 million versus 135. They're still like younger.
Someone else just posted the double beat.
I see a miss unless they have this backwards.
Yeah, earnings correspondent said beat by 133%, beat by 14% on earnings and revenue.
Yeah. Their numbers came in at EPS 7 versus 3, revenue 156 million versus 137 million. So I see a double beat.
This must be an adjusted revenue must be a miss.
Yeah,
I'll double check one on the update on the update on this. Ross stores are also just reported. Knott's favorite place. Those of you that know Knott's, he loves to shop at Ross.
Big candle upside.
Look at Ross. It's they beat and raised guidance.
Well, initial reaction on Bull and Ross upside by about 4 or 5%.
Ross, that's a fun stock to trade when it gets hot. Oh,
Really, yeah, it really can be.
That's one I've never traded.
Oh, it's a fun.
I traded it one time, because it really got flying. Was it earlier this year or last? Maybe it was last year. I think it was like last year sometime. It got really fun to trade. The reason I traded it too was because like TJ Maxx had like really good numbers and their chart looked really good, and I was like, well, let me take a sympathy play on Ross into theirs.
TJX is one of the best weekly and monthly charts right now.
If you look at TJX chart, pull that up, Emma Gemma. Look at TJX.
Pull up TJX right now on a weekly or a monthly chart. One of the most beautiful freaking charts in this entire market right now.
Yeah, it's almost as good as Walmart's.
Oh my,
dude! Yeah, look at it. Look at this monthly, just straight freaking. Yeah, I mean,
insane.
Doesn't care.
My mother-in-law calls it DJ Math.
I'll tell you what, I do a lot of
DJ
shopping
Mac.
there. Discounted name brands. Hell
oh my god, dude! I live at Marshalls.
Yeah, Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Ross,
Maxx,
all of them. Yep.
Home Goods.
Home Goods is hot, bro.
Home Goods.
Yeah.
I decorated my entire house with Home Goods back in the day.
My husband's dirty little secret is Home Goods candles. He goes in there and buys like 10 candles.
Yeah.
I gotta go walk around in there and look confused, find a wife.
Every time I end up in that store, I end up on one of the couches for about an hour, just playing around on my phone.
Sitting on your phone while you just walk around.
Me and 3 other dads were all just sitting there.
It's like when you go to Target, everyone just pulls out the camping chair and cracks open a beer near the trunk, and we all just hang out. And,
well, I'm gonna be watching Coke tomorrow. Even the monthly has got this nice cup and handle. Weekly and monthly looks like it wants
draw. It has an ascending pennant too. You can draw the trend line there for the higher lows. Yep. So that's what I've been watching.
Yeah, this is clean.
And I think I hit the next bottom one down, the trend line right down there, and then I draw it to that midpoint. Yeah, and then move that up. Yeah. and then you have your line right across your top for your pennant.
Yep.
It's in a huge squeeze.
That's my
and-
favorite. That's hilarious. That's my absolute favorite. It's
Yep.
highest probability pattern of all. It's like 81% break rate.
Yeah, so
And,
this is the
break.
reason why I'm in KO call swings right now. And the daily and weekly
nice.
has a beautiful cup and handle holding above the moving averages. So, and then the monthly is what initially drew me. But
I like
the daily is holding the daily 9, and it's a clear as day. It looks like a bull flag, but if you just look at the overall thing, it's a giant cup and handle as well.
This is a beautiful. I'm gonna probably get some of this tomorrow, especially if SPY still looks heavy.
It's similar to my Walmart trade. I'm trying to be in calls in the money to take it to a new all-time high.
Yep.
So
then we just got this nice volume shelf for stop loss. If we lose that, we'd be out. Yeah, this is going to the top of my list tomorrow for sure.
I'm in it. Let's see.
You're always like, I find a chart and I'm like, oh yeah, and you're always in it. Like I call myself the queen of swings, and you put me to shame sometimes.
No, I recently just started swing trading. I just started swing trading in like July or August.
That's insane because
the last few months have been so good for swing trading with the moves that happen overnight.
I've been a day trader for, the last few years, and I've recently just started doing more swing trading than anything in July going into August.
I mean, don't give yourself more credit than that, though, because you could say, oh, the whole market's been moving, but your rotation is what's been spot on. You've got to time it, and you've got to have the right knack for giving it enough time, all those type of things. So, like, your rotation, that's what I notice is when you're rotating, like, I'm looking at those same stocks, and I've been swing trading for a long time. I consider that my strength. So that's amazing. You've only been swing trading that long, honestly. And it's not even about the whole market going up. It's the nailing that rotation.
I appreciate it. That's what it's about. You gotta figure out where the money is moving to and capitalize on it.
Absolutely.
That's it.
All right, guys. I'm jumping. Great day. Hope everybody made some ones in the chat. Tomorrow's going to be
I have more time now, so a lot more afternoons I'll be able to hop on.
Let's go. I'll make sure you get that link every day.
Nice.
Let's kick ass tomorrow.
All right, y'all. I'll be there for games tomorrow. Woohoo. Bye, guys.
Ciao, ciao.
Later, Gators.
This is for KC.
What a day. What a day.
All right, make sure you subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, like the stream. We'll see you guys tomorrow.